who I am? Okay.
Yeah, so I'll do a quick intro to you here. So we are live now. Welcome to people who are in here. I'm with Geoff Palmer. We are going to be discussing some of the claims that he had made, some that I agree with, some that I disagree with, in a recent interview with Plant-Based News that many people had sent me. And before I kind of just highlight how we got to this point, as you mentioned, please feel free to introduce yourself.
So my name's Geoff Palmer. I'm 63. I've been vegan for 41 years. I was raised in an academic family. My father was a university English professor and taught existentialism. My mother was a Jungian child psychologist. And so being raised in, I actually had the lowest IQ tested amongst my family, but 143 is not too bad for a high IQ family. But I lost my mother, my father, and my brother at an early age, and that sent me into clinical depression and drug abuse. And someone helped me break through this depression, and the experience was so intense and overwhelming that I just had a phenomenal breakthrough. It was life-changing. And I was so grateful. I asked myself, how can I pay this forward? How can I contribute to less suffering in the world? And in meditation, it just came to me, stop harming animals. And I'm like, wow, why did I not see that before? So I quit drinking alcohol, I quit smoking cigarettes, I quit doing all drugs and became vegan that day, March 15th, 1985. But I wanted to do more. After about a year and a half of college, combing through the research in psychology and human physiology, I became even more fascinated by human nutrition, but that back in the 1980s, nutrition wasn't a very big thing in college. So I became disillusioned, much to the chagrin of my parents, who were both PhDs. I dropped out of college. I didn't like what I was getting out of college, so I went into self-study. I was fascinated by the novel research that was coming out that wasn't yet in college curriculum. I'm still doing that today, which means a lot of what I'm talking about is cutting edge, is new, is not status quo. It's not the consensus of previous data. It's more theoretical data. It's more what's coming next. What are we seeing? What are the possibilities? That's more my interest and fascination. Because I live in that space, I talk about research that is generally not as well known nor accepted by mainstream who accept the more established body of research. But as an ethical vegan, I ask myself, how can I do the greatest good for the most animals? And clearly, without a doubt, fish are the most killed species by humans on the planet by far. It's not close. Some estimates have over 2 trillion aquatic animal life dying at the human equivalent of being waterboarded to death every single year. This is a horrific amount of suffering that this world has never known by any species on this planet. And it's based on this assumption that fish is health food and that EPA and DHA are actually necessary. It's driving these unnecessary deaths, and it's taken me decades to pull all this research together, which I'm now sharing publicly, with major contributions from Dr. Ella Baker, Dr. Adam Metherell, Dr. Richard Basnet, Professor Tim Radak, Dr. Milton Mills. All of these people I've been talking with over the years, even Michael, Dr. Clapper. So I hope people will focus on the totality and the body of work of all this research. Yes, I get so passionate about this on a YouTube video. Might I overstate something? Of course. Might I say does, and I should have said may, because the research isn't totally convincing yet. 100%. I'm very passionate about this subject because it is the greatest amount of suffering on this planet by any species. And I'm trying to do my part to bust some of these myths. That's why I love your work so much in busting myths from other people, in sticking with the science. But in my passion, can I overstate things? 100%. I do that, and I'm guilty. I'll say it right up front before we even get started. Um, but that's out of my passion. It's not in any intention to mislead people or anything like that. That's why I always share the links, share the studies as well, so people can read the studies for themselves and get what they get out of it. I'm not telling people what to think. I'm saying challenge what you're thinking, challenge the status quo. Maybe there is a different explanation from what you're reading in the research. That's what I want to do, is get people back to critical thinking about a very, very important subject, one that could be pinning on whether people see the groupthink, people see fish and DHA as necessary or helpful. So that's where this research, this body of research, and my sharing with Plant-Based News, they said, well, let's talk about that. And I said, great, I'll put together a presentation outlining each one of the studies, putting it up on the screen so everybody can see it, and then walk through what the research is and what my opinions are on that research. And they said, no, let's just do it interview style. And I'm like, but I won't have my data. I won't have the references. People think I'm just talking off the top of my head and not referencing the studies. But that is what they wanted. I did a more type scientific presentation with slides on the T. Colin Campbell podcast with Dr. Holly. Dr. Milton Mills introduced me. He actually got me the gig because he's so impressed with my work on Omega nutrition that he said, Geoff, you got to share this with more people. I said, I never finished my degree. I don't have those 2 letters after my name. So people just don't believe me. And he said, well, I'll get you on Dr. T. Colin Campbell. And I said, okay. But remember, the work's more important than me. This is not about me. It's not about my opinions. It's about the research and the science. Sorry for the long-winded introduction, but I just wanted to lay some groundwork because I think people say, oh, the guy sells supplements, that's why he does this. Or, hey, this guy's not a doctor, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Or the research he posted, blah, blah, blah. So I just wanted to lay some groundwork for people understanding. Look, as a 41-year vegan, I've been attacked all my life for my opinions. I'm used to that part. But when I'm actually trying to help people see something in a different way, because there is new research out supporting it, it's challenging. And it's challenging because I never finished my degree. I regret that to this day. Milton keeps telling me, go back to college, get your damn degree, and then people will start believing you. Maybe I should.
Well, yeah, I think there's a few things to unpack there before we kind of dive into it. And one is I'm glad you acknowledged that maybe some things were overstated, and perhaps during this conversation we can go through what those things were. Also, on that note, I do think it is really important, and this is maybe going forward, to be very cautious with the types of language we use, right? Whether something does or may not, or those sorts of things, because that is, just from the interview you did, particularly the statement around 20 minutes, DHA causes heart attacks, AFib, strokes, cancer, and diabetes. That's a statement that I saw many people come to me with concerned, and we'll go through the data on those for sure. Now, where I think we largely agree is that I'm not super convinced that the data points towards benefit of supplementation with long-chain omega-3 fats, whether EPA or DHA, for otherwise healthy individuals. Where we may disagree to a degree is when it comes to specific cases. So, mild cognitive impairment, about 2/3 of studies suggest some benefit there. Again, that's not perfect, but it's enough to, I think, not completely say, hey, there's no benefit in any context. In pregnancy, we see reduced risk of preterm birth, which can come with pretty serious complications, and that's in randomized controlled trials with supplementation. We see in certain cases, like cardiovascular secondary prevention in particular, there may be some benefit, but in primary prevention, not really. And so that's another instance where I think we could have some discussion, and we'll get to a lot of that as well. But fundamentally, where I think I have a bigger kind of issue with the framing or the reasoning is it's not really at this point about the fish because we have algae-based options. It doesn't have to be like there we can get this without harming the fish, and so I don't see that as a strong motivator for pushing back against supplementation. I mean, I wouldn't anyway. I think the nutrition should be separated from the ethical concerns when it comes to discussing the science. But even if we consider that, it's not really a concern at this point. And so with all of that said, I think what I'd like to start with, perhaps because I think it's the biggest statement really that was made, was your concerns around or your claims rather that DHA causes heart attacks.
Yes.
And I'd like to sort of unpack that. And obviously, I've shared my research with you. You shared in that link under the plant-based news video, and then in emails with me your research as well, so we can kind of discuss and compare and contrast. So I'm kind of wondering, and I know a lot of this, but I want to present it to the audience, obviously. But like, can you sort of, as briefly as you can, just kind of outline the reasoning for that position?
Sure, it's multifold. There are. All right. So where do I start? I have
And sorry,
the
just to butt in really quick, we can take it like one at a time. Like if there's a
yes,
specific mechanism, let's chat about
yes.
that, and then we can go from there.
Okay. So I have your questions listed that you sent me, and then your studies and what the study says, and then my response to each one of those. It'd probably be helpful because I tackle every single one of the points you listed in your commentary just now, but at one at a time because sometimes they're explaining multiple pathways that are involved. They're explaining a chain of events or a cascade of events. So it's not a direct effect, but an indirect effect causing another indirect effect, which leads to an effect and a health outcome. So for people to understand that, they kind of need reference of the studies that show each one of those steps to show the indirect pathway of a cascade through the metabolic pathways there. Okay, so in the first one you shared with me, you stated in your question, cardiovascular disease was number one. Certain risk factors, secondary prevention, EPA and DHA mixes relevant here. Okay, so I think the science is fairly clear, and maybe you and I can both agree on this, that EPA has very solid research showing health benefits for cardiovascular.
I wouldn't say very solid. There's research pointing to it. Like, so where you have the strongest research is like quite high dose EPA purified. There's also some questions around that because of the comparison oil that was used in the trials. Like there are questions about it, but there does appear to be support for EPA, at least to some degree across the literature, mostly probably due to triglyceride lowering, maybe to a degree blood pressure lowering. So there's some data. I wouldn't say very strong. I think that's an overstatement.
Okay, I would disagree with you there because of all the research that I've said, almost all of them show a positive result for EPA, but not DHA.
I mean, we like for EPA in isolation or like EPA DHA mixes, because there aren't a lot of studies on EPA in isolation, and they haven't all been positive.
Actually, I would disagree with you there, but the research on EPA by itself, and I'll cover that in a couple of studies that I'm just going to talk about. But let me go to your first study. So the study that you shared with me as evidence of cardiovascular health with DHA showed a slight reduction risk of, and I'll quote from the study that you shared.
Which one? Sorry, which one? Can you clarify which one?
So omega-3 fatty acids, primary and secondary prevention of cardiovascular disease, a 2020 study.
The Cochrane review?
Yes, correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me pull it up here. Or if you have, oh no, I just got it here. So I got to get full PDF really quick. I didn't have all of them open because there were so many of them. But pull them one at a time. Okay, yeah, it's open.
Oh, okay. So, and I'll quote directly from the study, meta-analysis and sensitivity analysis suggested little or no effect of increasing long-chain omega-3 on all-cause mortality.
Right. So that's
Okay,
all-cause mortality, but these studies weren't powered or designed to detect differences in all-cause mortality. So like that's really important. If the study isn't designed or powered to detect that difference, that doesn't mean there wasn't a difference. That's called a null fallacy. So there can be a difference. Like there can be a difference that just wasn't statistically significant because it wasn't followed for long enough, there wasn't a large enough sample, it wasn't designed for that purpose. But there was a benefit for cardiovascular disease, specifically in secondary prevention. Like, would we agree on that? Because these studies were designed to detect differences in cardiovascular disease, not total mortality.
Right. So I'll quote directly from the study. Moderate to low certainty evidence suggests that increasing long-chain omega-3s, EPA, DHA, slightly reduces risk of coronary heart disease, mortality, and events. Okay.
And that's in the total sample, right? So if we look at secondary prevention specifically, I think it was moderate certainty, but let me double check. Document's so huge, it's going to take a minute. And even so, while I'm scrolling through, just it's worth mentioning that even let's say it was low to moderate certainty of evidence that points towards benefit. That is quite the opposite of harm, right?
Oh, this is just the beginning.
But just to clarify, right? Like
totally.
It's still pointing towards potential benefit. But let me just pull up the secondary prevention tables. Oh my God, this document is how many pages? I didn't list the specific.
The question here is it the EPA or the DHA, because they did not tease that out in the study that you
did. They didn't. But to be clear, when you're looking at supplements, whether algae-based or fish-based, it is almost always, there can be cases where it's DHA purified, but it's almost always a mix.
Correct.
Yeah, so when we're talking about like someone choosing to supplement algae oil, it will be a mix in the vast majority of cases. So it is actually 100%. Relevant to that. So it's relevant to that decision, right? Whether or not to supplement.
And that's part of the reason why I discount most of these studies, because the positive effects of EPA are reduced by the negative effects of DHA or masked by them. And I'll explain that further in the study. That's my get from the research, not my opinion.
Right. And we can definitely discuss that, but I'm still trying to find it's like so far down in this paper.
It's okay. We're in agreement there.
Okay, so if we're in agreement, I can stop scrolling that. I also just wanted to pull up really quick studies that use specifically EPA and that were null, because we do have some of those studies. So like the strength trial. Oh no, that was a mixture, sorry. That was the mixture.
So two of the things that I'm going to hit you back with regularly is what are the comparators? That matters a lot. And what was the baseline sufficiency status? That is often not even included in the data.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that's a concern, right? So again, my position, just to clarify, is not that the evidence is clear cut on benefit. My position is that there is potential benefit based on the overall balance of evidence, and that the evidence does not actually point towards harm, which was your claim.
Okay, and I will show you the evidence showing otherwise.
Okay. So we can jump to that if you want, or I can. I wish I had pulled this up earlier, but I will find the EPA studies while you're going here.
So just to preface my position on.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
if I can just show you really quick, because I did find it while we're here.
Okay.
So let me I'll share my screen here. So if we look at like EPA trials compared to like EPA versus like DHA down here with the combination, you see that there are some null findings for EPA alone. Right, so
Yeah,
reduce it was statistically significant, for sure.
In those studies, you got to look at if what the dosing of the EPA is, what the health status of the person was. Obviously, if they have a very high pro-inflammatory state, a small dose of EPA is not going to result in significant changes. Depends on what they were actually looking for as a result. To find the null effects. So null effects doesn't mean it doesn't do anything. Null effects means it didn't do what they were looking for.
Well, it just means that it wasn't statistically significant compared to the comparator in that specific population, right? So my question would be, if you're taking the position that EPA very consistently and clearly, essentially every study, as you'd mentioned earlier, suggests benefit, have you gone through these studies, the GELIS and the RESPECT EPA? And so what were the concerns with those two, if you're aware?
I don't have them in front of me, so if you want to bring that up at a different I'm trying to stick with the questions that you asked and the data that I prepared. That is not data that I have prepared.
Okay, well, but just to like see that this is going to be one of the issues, because I'd want to know like what are the main concerns, and we can look at the kind of basic data here on the GELIS study, right? So 18,000 EPA versus like control was just a statin, treatment was EPA plus statin, follow-up 5 years. It was basically bang on the null, but that was primary and secondary prevention. If we look at the RESPECT, RESPECT EPA, pretty wide age range, similar design, and 5 years follow-up. And again, it was non-sig. So like really the one that most clearly and is often weighted heaviest is the reduce it trial, where actually the comparator might have increased risk. So it's showing a benefit compared to a comparator that might actually increase lipids and have a negative effect. So this is just where I would stop short of saying, hey, EPA has very clearly been shown to be beneficial, when the one that most clearly has demonstrated benefit was actually compared to something that has been seriously questioned since, and the others that were not compared to that mineral oil have not, shown clear benefit.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the reduce it trial at all myself.
So which trial would you like? Are there any RCTs you would cite to show that EPA was clearly beneficial? Because you had stated that they all were.
And I will get to them and actually show them on the screen if you'd like. Once we get to them.
Sure.
I hope I can stay with the format that I have in here, because it has a narrative, it has a flow of the ideas. You're kind of a little bit jumping around. Oh, what about the EPA? And I'm like, okay, well, it's coming. Let me get to the data.
Okay, fair. No, I just want to clarify why, because the claim was made that EPA has been shown across the board.
I asked you, I said, we both may agree on this. Do you agree that EPA has pretty strong or clear? You said you didn't think so. I said, okay, well, let's look at the research.
Just to clarify, you said you disagreed with that, and I was showing why I don't think that is correct. So I was staying with that line of reason. Like this is something I do want to clarify, is that because what often happens in these discussions is someone will make 7, 8, 9, 10 claims in a row, and it's difficult to address them all. So I'd like to take them one at a time if we can, right? So one claim was made around EPA across the board all the time, essentially showing benefit, which is not the case unless there are flaws with those studies that aren't relevant to others that for some reason weren't included in the meta-analysis from last year. So like, I want to address claims as they come, rather than having to go back and address 5 or 6 in a row, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. And going forward, to try to avoid that, I'll just ask you the question and not say my opinion, and let the research speak for itself.
Well, I do want to discuss the claims, though, right? If we have a disagreement, I do want to discuss those.
Oh, for sure. Right. No, I'm not suggesting. I'm not suggesting that. I just don't want to keep getting sidetracked in a conversation, so I don't want to have to do deep dives on every little thing just to try to make one tangent stream of thought here.
I don't think that's tangential. I don't think discussing whether or not EPA is clearly showing benefit versus
But I have a whole list of research to go over to show why I feel that way, why I feel the research supports that idea. But I can't get to them if we're keep getting sidetracked like this.
But anyways, continue with your next point.
Okay, all right. So my question for that, because also in the study that you provided, it said increasing ALA slightly reduces risk of cardiovascular events and arrhythmia. Okay, so ALA is resulting in the same results or similar results at reducing cardiovascular events as EPA and DHA.
But compared to what?
Correct. Okay, so when we look at total intakes of omega-3, total intakes globally, what is your guess on what percentage of omega-3 is ALA?
Oh, probably the bulk of it, I would guess.
It's estimated to be 95 to 98% of all omega-3 consumed by every human on this planet, on average, is ALA. Okay, so if we're talking about, let's say on average 1 to 2 grams of intake, which is, I can share that study as well, but
that's fine
for conversation purposes.
Yeah.
Okay. If we're consuming about 1 to 2 grams, and then we're talking about 15 milligrams to 150 milligrams, even 1 gram of DHA, well, then is that really the contributing factor here? Or is it the 95 to 98% of the other omega-3, that's total omega-3, that is being consumed? So when you look at baseline status, which is how much total omega-3 people are consuming, if they are consuming low amounts of total omega-3, including ALA, then adding DHA, which can have a similar outcome.
Oh, you get lost? One sec. Let me email him again. Let him know. You cut out. Okay, so sorry guys, it looks like he cut out for a second, so we will wait. Okay, he has just exited my actual Zoom call, so he should be coming back in. There's probably some kind of connection issue or something. Yeah, we'll give it a minute. I'll scroll through some of these chats. Okay. Okay, you're back.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I was just explaining to the audience, like, hey, you cut out. Just give him a minute. So, anyways, you're back.
Okay.
But I got up to. Actually, I think I got most of what you had said there up until like 30 seconds ago, but I can't remember exactly what you ended on.
So a couple considerations here when we're looking at the effects of EPA and DHA. Is it the effect of the EPA and DHA, or is it that people aren't consuming enough ALA, which can also result, as your study even pointed out, in positive health outcomes for cardiovascular disease? So if you're not consuming enough total omega-3, which is 95 to 98% ALA, and ALA yields those results, then adding ALA could have done the same thing as adding EPA and DHA. So EPA and DHA can have, and ALA can also have benefits on cardiovascular disease. That's been kind of teased out in the data when you isolate ALA alone in RCTs or in DHA alone, et cetera. Okay.
But sorry, on that note, because that's one specific claim to address. I would say that that might be the case. They might both work by the same mechanisms and drive the same benefit, or they might work by different mechanisms, in which case each one has unique benefits, right? So, and the reason I asked what was ALA compared to, which I don't think was addressed there, is you have to look at what it was compared to in the specific trial. So, like, was it some kind of other like inert fatty acid, or was it like a saturated fat that would be expected to be harmful? I mean, there's so many questions. I am fully on board with ALA being beneficial, 100%, 100,000%. No questions at all there. But I don't think that supports the idea that EPA or DHA can't be beneficial.
No, and to clarify, I don't believe that either. I believe DHA can be beneficial to people who are deficient. If you're deficient in total omega-3, including ALA, which would not then convert to the DHA that the person needs, adding DHA could be helpful. But can that be accomplished by ALA or EPA as well? And if so, then DHA becomes not necessary, but it can still give a false positive as being the reason for the outcome. That's what I'm concerned with.
I don't think I'd consider it a false positive. It's like saying, it's like arguing over whether or not consuming carotenoids for vitamin A or directly consuming vitamin A for vitamin A. Like it's like saying that
that's a really good example. I use that in my.
But yeah, but it's like saying that directly consuming it is somehow a bad thing, right? Because it wasn't the claim that it was neutral. It was that it was harmful. So it'd be like saying that directly consuming vitamin A, obviously in modest amounts, not like crazy amounts, is harmful versus consuming it in the form of beta carotene, which isn't really true. Either option contributes to your total needs.
Yeah, except the fact that precursors are only converted on an as-need basis, whereas a preformed vitamin A is what it is. It's already preformed and it enters the body. And yes, it does have toxicity levels, hepatotoxicity levels when taken in high dosages. It can even be lethal. So preformed vitamin A and preformed DHA are both really good examples of why it's better to take the precursor, much safer, because you can take beta carotene all day long and there's no toxicity level. The body will eliminate it.
Beta carotene supplements are associated with some poor outcomes as well.
Not supplementation, I'm talking about food.
But it is still that preformed version of beta carotene. So to suggest that it can't be detrimental is not exactly accurate, right? It still can be if consumed in a certain amount. And if we look at like this isn't exactly conversion, but even absorption, just because consuming something, or like let's say not consuming the preformed or final version of it, doesn't or can't lead to toxicity to the same degree, it doesn't mean that conversion or what have you is fully sufficient. Like, so for example, let's look at absorption of iron. This is a great example. If you have higher stores, you absorb less. If you have lower stores, you absorb more. However, that absorption is not necessarily going to meet needs, even if it's ramped up. And so it's not like you're not fully compensating for that. We can look at cholesterol metabolism similarly. Like, yeah, if you consume cholesterol, you reduce your production of it to a degree, but you don't completely compensate. And so like this, it works with all of these other compounds as well. It's not like 100% of it is accounted for.
I'd love to talk with you about heme iron and cholesterol. I've done some great work in those fields too as well.
To be clear, I wasn't talking about heme. I wasn't talking about heme iron.
Okay.
We can talk about non-heme
iron. We're talking about preformed substances.
No, I'm talking
preformed
about
vitamin A, preformed DHA, preformed
I'm talking
iron.
I'm talking about feedback mechanisms in general. So even if we take non-heme iron and you have low iron stores, you ramp up absorption, but that absorption still may not meet needs. And so, or if you consume high amounts of let's say non-heme iron, you reduce absorption to a degree as well, but you still might not meet needs. Like there's all sorts of weird like mechanisms that occur like that don't fully compensate for what your goal is. So I don't know that we can just assume that that our body is automatically giving us like the perfect amount of the ALA or the perfect amount of conversion from ALA to EPA and then DHA. It might not in certain situations. We don't have like clear-cut data on that yet. I know there's some stuff coming out of U of T, but it's not out there yet. That might change my opinion on that, but we'll have to wait and see. At least for healthy individuals, which, by the way, I've spoken with the researchers there, and it's very clear that this doesn't apply to like pregnancy and other situations.
I think we're getting a little off target again here.
Well,
We're
I
talking
don't
about
think so, right? You're talking about the conversion, right? Just to clarify, you're talking about the conversion of ALA to EPA and it being sufficient because our body takes care of, how much we need. And I'm just pushing back on that a bit because I don't think that really follows, given that we have examples where feedback mechanisms don't necessarily 100% account for that.
Okay,
Right,
and if you want to have a separate call about heme iron toxicity, it's the way it creates colorectal cancer, the negative feedback loop from the liver, inhibiting the absorption of heme iron because it's so rapidly induced into the human body and absorbed in the human body that it causes ferroptosis or iron overload, and causes diabetes. Yes, causes. I'm comfortable saying that because the data is so strong there.
That is actually a separate topic, and I said twice I was not talking about heme iron. I want to be very clear, that is not what I was talking about. I'm talking about non-heme iron specifically.
I was referring, if you're going to refer to preformed vitamin A, preformed DHA, these are forms that are in the body, but that are formed by the body endogenously, but when consumed preformed outside of the body can have detrimental effects on the human body. All three of these are consistent. Preformed DHA can cause negative impacts on the human body. Preformed iron, aka heme iron, can have negative effects, even lethal effects on the human body, and so can preformed vitamin A. So there's a very good consistency.
We don't only have heme iron in the body. Like calling it preformed is a bit odd because that's one form of iron in the body for sure. But there are several other forms, like iron's used as cofactors for enzymes. That's not necessarily heme iron. It's used for all sorts of reasons. So I just think it's a bit inappropriate to directly conflate those two, unless you're also considering the non-heme iron examples that I gave, where that doesn't necessarily occur. So again, like this is now getting a bit outside the realm of...
Non-heme iron is made by plants and it's in our dietary. Our body can take non-heme iron and convert it to heme iron in our body endogenously. And it does so under a very strict regulatory control. So our body does not create ferroptosis, create iron toxicity. It does not push back by the liver actually blocking the absorption of that. Those aren't the mechanisms that apply to non-heme iron. That's why I was calling out specifically, heme iron is found in animal products, not in, by and large, plant products. Right. Vitamin A is not found, and preformed vitamin A is not found in plants. It is found in animal products. DHA, not found in plants, and no, algae is not a plant. All three of those are preformed, that are formed by the human body, that are only formed in other animals in our diet. That is the clear consistency that all three of those, heme iron, vitamin A, and DHA, are not found in a plant-based diet. They're not in any significant quantities.
But I don't see the relevance of that. The point of contention here is whether or not DHA is harmful. Right, so there's a bit of question begging there, like in the assumption that it is harmful, which obviously we're going to get to.
So let's get back to the research.
Yeah, let's get back to how they cause cardiovascular disease, ideally with outcome data, if you can.
Okay, all right. So the study that you cited also says slightly reduces cardiovascular events and arrhythmia. A form of AFib is a form of arrhythmia.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question is it ALA that is reducing arrhythmia or the AFib, or is it ALA?
You dropped out again. Okay. I don't know what's going on with this connection. We'll have to think here. Okay. So hopefully he exits and comes back in. I'll send another message to him. You dropped again. I don't know why that keeps happening. Okay, so it looks like he dropped out now, so he should be joining back in. Okay, so back in.
I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay.
It's raining here, so I
Okay.
apologize for the time for the interruptions. Okay, let me just get right to the study then. So,
Okay. Yeah. So you mentioned AFib, you mentioned lower arrhythmias with ALA, and then you cut out.
okay, all right. So is it actually the ALA? My question is it the ALA that's reducing arrhythmia, or is it the fact that is it a plus or minus? Is it more ALA is reducing arrhythmia, or that you're trading out ALA and not using DHA? That is. That's a question. That's not.
Yeah.
I'm not going to answer that.
Well, there weren't many studies that directly compared ALA to EPA or DHA in that meta.
No, there are
I
not.
wouldn't
There's not
say it
many
was a
studies on
subtraction.
ALA at all.
Yeah.
Period. Unfortunately.
But so I wouldn't say it was that trade-off, right? Because ALA is reducing arrhythmia risk compared to other fats that it would be compared to, not to EPA and DHA.
Right. Okay. All right. All right. So this study is a 2022 study, and it's titled "Impact of ALA, the vegetable omega-3 fatty acid, on cardiovascular disease and cognition."
Mhm.
So the study says meta-analysis, quote, meta-analysis of observational studies, observational, I give it that,
Yeah.
so not RCTs, have shown that increasing dietary ALA is associated with a 10% lower risk of total cardiovascular disease and a 20% reduced risk of fatal coronary heart disease. RCTs have shown that ALA reduced total cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, and triglycerides. Okay, so again, we're seeing even possibly or potentially a more pronounced benefit of ALA. I won't say versus DHA because the study didn't compare it to EPA DHA. All right.
Yeah, I have no disagreement that ALA is beneficial. Zero.
Right. Yeah. What I'm saying is establishing that there is a benefit.
Yeah.
And then saying, okay, when we look at total baseline and then adding EPA and DHA, yes, you could have a benefit if there is insufficiency or deficiency in total, because we've clearly established that ALA has a benefit. If you remove that benefit and then add back in some EPA and DHA, yes, there's a potential for benefit. Now, to your
Can you
point,
show that? Like that's the problem. Like it's a speculation,
yes.
but can you specifically show that in a study? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Let's see that.
All right. So again, a lot of these are segues. They're this establishes this establishes the next point, which establishes the next point. Okay. The next study is a 2025 study. And
which one?
it's called effects of the long spelling of EPA.
Remember, you can share your screen as well.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Share.
Should be right at the bottom. There you go.
Okay. All right. Let me make this bigger so I can actually see it.
So is it the effects of icosapentaenoic versus icosapentaenoic
Yes.
icosahexanoic? Okay.
Yeah, let me make this bigger. There we go. Okay. All right. So you're seeing, I've got all the research here. There's your first question at the top, and then my segues into the studies. Okay. So this is the one we just covered. This one, it says conclusions. EPA lowered cardiovascular disease attributable mortality in RCTs investigating its use for primary and secondary cardiovascular disease. So this is one of the studies that are showing EPA versus EPA and DHA combined.
Sorry, I'm just trying to pull it up here. It just took me a second. Okay, sorry. You can go ahead now.
Okay. So relative to EPA, benefits reported with EPA DHA were attenuated.
Mhm.
Means if you had the EPA alone, you got a lower incidence of cardiovascular disease. When you
Mhm.
combine the DHA with the EPA, you got null effects. Why
Mm,
is the EPA not working when the
oh,
DHA is added?
but by the way, this is the same one I showed earlier where multiple of the EPA studies were null. But anyways, as far as the effect sizes, yeah, so there's other explanations for that than DHA is blunting the response. So for one, the dose of the EPA in those combination supplements is generally lower. When we're looking at purified EPA, it's like 4 grams, at least in Reduce It and some of the other studies, usually 2 to 4 grams, somewhere in that range. So the dose could be lower, for one. Second, they could have different comparators. You have to consider that as well. Again, we've already highlighted that the most heavily weighted study in the EPA only meta-analysis used a mineral oil as a comparator that has been questioned because it may actually increase risk. And so you might be exaggerating the benefits of purified EPA. Like these are all reasons, and like it wasn't EPA versus EPA DHA in a specific study. You're taking different studies that looked at each of these interventions versus different controls in different populations, and you're saying, oh well, the effect size was bigger in one than the other. And I don't think you can really confidently, assert that the results are being in some way blunted by the DHA there.
Okay. All right.
They're just completely different analyses altogether.
And fair points. Dose is important. Comparators are important. I stated that right up at the beginning. So to quote again, that EPA should be preferentially used in cardiovascular conditions. That's
Yeah,
the
because
quote from the
it
study.
has a stronger evidence base on its own, but that doesn't mean that it is a more effective therapy. Those are two different things.
Okay.
Like those
All
are
right. So let's
completely different
look.
things.
Let's look at the next study. This one is 2021 study. It's called the MACE study. It's probably easier to look it up just by typing in MACE study, MACE, which
Mhm.
stands for Major Adverse Cardiovascular
Yeah.
Events. Okay.
This is really
So
small on my page here. Sorry, one sec. One sec. I'm just trying to get that. Because that May study didn't come up. I know I had this one open before too, but okay. This should work. Yeah. Okay. By Lee, I believe.
I
Okay. Yeah.
didn't
I got it.
include
I
it.
got it. I got it.
Okay. Okay. So the conclusion of the
Yeah.
study, and
Yeah.
obviously we can dive into the
Yeah.
All right, so the conclusion reads, higher levels of EPA, but not DHA, are associated with reductions in major adverse cardiovascular events, or MACE.
Mhm.
When combined with EPA, higher DHA blunts the benefit of EPA
Mhm.
and increases major adverse cardiovascular events in the presence of low EPA,
Okay.
a novel finding. Just what
Yeah.
you had commented on the
Yeah.
previous one. Hey,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean it blunts it.
Yeah.
Boom, there it is.
So
It does blunt it.
I have a response to this. So there's a couple things. For one, actually, if you can unshare your screen, I'll share mine just so that I can specifically show my response.
Sure.
And then I'll pull up a couple others really quick as well. Okay. So let me share this. We don't even really have to go past the abstract for this. So for one, relatively small cohort, 987 people, we'll just point that out, who underwent coronary angiography. So maybe some pre-existing risk factors, but here's the kicker. So you mentioned that DHA was associated with, after adjustment for EPA, resulted in a higher incidence of MACE, right?
Right.
However, what happened after they adjusted for baseline differences? No longer statistically significant. So why would we not consider that? We absolutely should consider adjustment for baseline differences. Second, if we look at like the adjustment for EPA, resulting in higher MACE with greater DHA, that suggests that maybe there's some metabolic differences that are leading to higher DHA. Again, these are individuals who are undergoing angiography, perhaps because they have pre-existing disease and there's something going on. Because you would expect EPA and DHA to track together, especially if we're talking about fish eaters. So that's one issue. Now, second, we have, instead of that one cohort with 900 people, we have pooled analyses and meta-analyses looking at different biomarkers in the body. And we see that DHA is associated with reductions in risk. In fact, in some cases, the effect size is the same or even larger than other omega-3 fatty acids. So that's notable. We have this.
That is not an isolation of DHA. That is ALA, DPA, and DHA.
No.
As biomarkers.
No. They looked at them separately. So ALA, DPA, and DHA were
associated with lower risk.
Yeah, sorry, relative risk for ALA here, for DPA here, for DHA here. If we look at, I believe that
Notice
EPA
that they're all
here.
about the same.
Yeah. So again, please let me finish. So when we look at EPA, not statistically significant. DHA was at least borderline, but again, not sig for total CHD there. If we look at non-fatal MI, we see that EPA, ALA, and DHA were comparable. So that's one, right? So that's this pooled analysis of 19 cohorts. And then we have, I believe, this one as well. So this was the multi-ethnic study of atherosclerosis, which looked at associations between EPA and DHA in risk, and actually the effect size for DHA was larger for cardiovascular events. So my question, now I'm not using all of this to say that DHA is better than EPA or better than ALA. My question is, why do you put so much weight on this one analysis of 900 some odd people from a particular cohort who are undergoing coronary angiography, despite the fact that once they adjusted for baseline differences, DHA wasn't associated with higher risk, but then not considering the broader evidence base of these pooled analyses of tens of thousands, if not more, people across 16 countries and so on, and that. Like that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, why do you put more weight on that one particular study?
Really good question, and I'm glad you brought it up. When you look at pooled analysis, you're not really getting what when they measure DHA, they're not measuring DHA all by itself. They're saying, out of all the omega-3s, how much of it was DHA? So they could be consuming ALA, EPA, and DHA, and all they're saying is, this is the amount of DHA. Whereas the MACE study has said, we give people only EPA or only DHA. Now that is a really clear difference.
So sorry, so to be clear, you're giving them, they in this study here, the one that you cited, they looked at the levels in the blood.
Right, which is an indicator. It bypasses questionnaire bias and actually measures how much.
That's the same thing here. That's the same thing as what I just cited. They've measured levels in the body. These are actual levels in the body. That's why I'm wondering, why do you side with this one particular study, smaller study as well, in a very specific demographic, looking at levels in the body, versus a pooled analysis of 19 cohorts across 16 countries with 45,000 people looking at levels in the body?
Because of the teasing out of the EPA and DHA.
They did that here too. But with a much broader, much larger.
But when you look at that data right there, ALA, DPA, and DHA had no difference.
Yeah, and that's my point. So here's my point. You are suggesting
if taking ALA results in the same thing as taking ALA and DHA, then DHA is not really doing anything.
No, so that's you're changing your claim. You're changing your claim.
The difference.
No, but you're shifting your claim. Your claim was that DHA blunts and actually has adverse effects.
Not my claim. No, take that back. Correct yourself, please.
That's what you said.
My claim.
Okay, you are repeating the claim.
That is the researchers' claim.
You are repeating the claim here. That is absolutely right. So if I'm claiming that ALA, DPA, EPA, DHA roughly associated with similar benefit across these studies. That is my claim based on the evidence, even though that is simply repeating what was found here. You claimed that DHA blunted the response and used this as support for that because that's what the authors also suggested based on this study, right? So like this is semantics here, really, but and I wouldn't consider it necessarily super important, but you cited this study in support of the idea, at the very least, that DHA blunts the response and actually has harmful effects. In fact, you quoted this finding where DHA, once adjusted for EPA, resulted in higher risk, while ignoring that once they adjusted for baseline differences, it was not significant. And now
not significant, statistically significant. Look at the amount there. That's 1.37, right?
Yes.
So that's a health risk of 37% increase, correct?
Hold on, but with a confidence
that's
interval
not significant. That is not insignificant to me. That is statistically insignificant.
Do you know
what statistically? Don't use those words when there's clear outcome data
let me clarify.
showing otherwise.
Let me clarify. Do you know what it means if the CI runs from 0.85 to 2.20?
It's the degree of certainty.
No, that's not. No, like what does it mean if we see like basically?
Oh, that's the range. The range.
Right. So it's possible, based on this finding, that there could be a 15% reduction in risk. Right. It's possible. Not necessarily. Like the point is, when I say significant, I am speaking about statistical significance. Right. That is important. We have to draw the line somewhere when it comes to some degree of certainty. We can cite non-significant findings left, right, and center. I can go back to the studies I cited earlier and actually be like, hey, DHA is better than EPA because there's a non-significant lower risk, non-statistically significant lower risk. But I'm not going to do that. We have to draw the line somewhere. You were citing it as though it's a higher risk, even though that risk was completely blunted and no longer significant by a fairly large margin once adjusted for baseline differences. This is really important because that value falls within the realm of there actually being a reduction in risk. So to claim with any degree of certainty that there's an increase in risk is inappropriate. That is why I bring that up. So again, now
if you look at the last line under the results, go to the results, look at the last line.
Yeah, an EPA DHA ratio of 1 or more results in a lower rate of 10-year MACE than a lower ratio. Well, I presume that's what they mean. Than a lower ratio. Yeah,
correct. So this is another piece of information supporting their assumption that it's blunting the effects, in that if you increase the EPA, you get more profound effects. 27%
based on
37%.
serum levels in a relatively unhealthy individual that is not supported by other data. That's the point. Again, I want to understand why you think this one study is more valuable than a pooled analysis of 19 studies comprised of 16 countries and 45,000 individuals. Like what methodologically, what makes that prior study better? When they both looked at tissue levels or serum levels, or I believe they're red blood cell levels.
That is the reason why I shared two different studies. The study that right before the MACE study.
Right, and the one right before the MACE study was a meta-analysis looking at EPA-only studies where dosage was typically much higher, and we know that there was a comparator that might have been detrimental, and then there was EPA-DHA studies looking at different effects. So again, why is it? I want to know specifically about these ones. Like, would you say that this pooled analysis is more valuable for assessing the associations between these fatty acids and cardiovascular disease than this one particular study?
Not one, two studies.
No, I'm going to get to the other one in a second. But would you say between this study, which looked at serum levels or tissue levels, and this pooled analysis looking at tissue levels, which one would you say is more valuable?
I don't say that either one of them have more value than the other.
They're a wash. You think they're both a wash? You think that a single study?
No, I don't think that either.
Yeah. So which one would be more valuable? Either they're a wash, they're equivalent, or one is more valuable than the other.
No, I don't think that way. I know you want to try to pigeonhole me into a binary decision. It's not how science works.
No,
Science is not binary. It's not cut and dry. It's not black
I
and
never
white.
said science is binary, but we have to, like with science, we work on probabilities, right? Again, you acknowledge that in the interview with PBN, you had maybe overstated some things, and I'm glad that you did that. But when it comes to decisions that we make regarding our health, and when it comes to analyzing research, it's all about probability. So what I want, like it is 100% about literally statistics are about probability.
Statement at all.
all of these numbers that we've gone over is all just different probabilities. And we use the data to support what is the probability that X intervention is going to lower risk of Y outcome. That's basically how it works. And then we make inferences based on that. So I am just trying, if you won't, like, I don't understand, I don't see a world in which someone would hold this one, again, relatively small study in a specific sample up against this when we're talking about especially public health. Because this is certainly going to be more generalizable. And it just has more, it has much tighter confidence intervals. It has obviously way more data to go off of. They also did a bunch of, if I recall, subgroup analyses and things. And so like that's what I'm trying to understand and if you're not willing to even suggest like which one would, let's say these are the only two pieces of evidence you had to assess whether or not DHA was beneficial or comparably beneficial to other fatty acids, like which one would you go with?
Well, since one shows pretty much a null effect and the other shows a negative effect, I would be more cautionary to pay attention to the one that actually showed the larger negative effect because it has real world ramifications. If you take ALA, okay, reduction. If you take DHA, reduction, same. They're showing no difference between ALA and DHA. So what? What is it? How is that valuable to the end consumer?
Here's
if you see a study, two studies, and let me finish. You've talked for a little bit now. Let me get a word in edgewise here. The first study I showed said that EPA, quote, EPA, but not EPA plus DHA, significantly, there's that word you like, significant, reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease in patients with diabetes.
Which one was that? Just to clarify, No, I just want to understand what you referenced a study. I just want to know which one that was because that wasn't the
2023 study, meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials, the effect of omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acids on cardiovascular outcomes in patients with diabetes.
I don't see that one. That wasn't the Jack paper that you sent.
I can pull it up on my end if you want me to share some screen again.
Sure. And please, if I'm referencing a study and you want to see it, feel free to butt in and ask me to show it. Like I don't consider that a rude interruption or anything. I want to make sure we're on the same page and we're following.
Absolutely. Okay. So this is the study here. Let's see. It's the May study. Okay, this one.
Diabetes. Yes, that's not the right one. Meta-analysis. You're the author? Oh, 2023 you said, right? Okay, I found it, I think. Yeah. Okay, I found it.
Okay. So this is the third study, and all three of these studies are saying the same thing. So the May study, which we discussed, the first study, EPA effects, but EPA and DHA did not have effects, or they were attenuated. So that's study number one, that when you combine basically EPA with DHA, you got null effects, where EPA lowered cardiovascular disease by itself.
Well, we already addressed that. We already addressed that.
So that was the first study.
Yeah.
Then the second study is the May study,
saying which that
higher DHA blunts the benefit of EPA and increases the risk of major cardiovascular events. So DHA is having a negative impact on EPA, both a minus or a reductive benefit and a potential increase, maybe through the reductive benefits. Reducing the benefits of EPA may increase the risk of DHA. So maybe not a direct negative effect, but an indirect effect by having a negative effect on blunting the benefits of EPA. So I'll take that too as well, if that's the conclusion you want to come to, that it's not a direct negative effect, that it's an indirect effect by negatively impacting the positive effects of EPA. All right, the third study, so I knew you were going to say, yes, but that's one study. You're just cherry picking. Why do you value that one study over others? I knew you were going to do that because
which
you're
I don't think
so well in the
anyways.
videos that you attack other people with.
Well, anyways,
no, and you're brilliant at it. I give you that. That's
I think
great.
I had very fair responses. I think I had very fair responses that weren't addressed to that.
I do too. I think you do a great job. I think it's amazing.
No, I mentioned
that's why I came prepared, though, because I know that's your MO in a lot of the videos you do. Okay. That's why I went ahead and offered a third study. And this one, it says, quote, among them, EPA, but not EPA plus DHA significantly reduced the risk of cardiovascular disease with type 2.
Yeah. So what studies were included in that? It was exactly the same as the 2025 study. So you're essentially just sharing the same study twice, just under a different label, right? So that meta-analysis, the 2023 one, literally the only two studies that included for EPA only were the GELIS study, which was non-significant, and the REDUCE IT trial, once again, which we've already discussed, and that one was statistically significant. So that's why EPA alone appeared beneficial, again, likely compared to a mineral oil that might have been detrimental. And so,
can we quit referring? Do you mind if we not keep referring to the
well, you
oil
cited
trial?
it
Because I hate that trial too as
you
well.
literally
I don't
okay,
ever
so
use
here,
that as evidence. It's a
this is so important.
study.
This is so critically important. You are citing this paper as the third of your studies, right, to suggest that EPA alone is beneficial, but EPA DHA isn't. But you hate the REDUCE IT trial, right? Right. Okay. Well, guess what? There were only two studies that looked at EPA alone. The GELIS study, which was non-significant, and the REDUCE IT study that drove the benefit. So the benefit you're talking about for EPA alone in the study you just referenced is driven almost exclusively by the REDUCE IT trial, which you yourself hate. So the benefits you're suggesting from EPA are due to the REDUCE IT trial in both this study and the 2025 meta-analysis you cited, which I've already pointed out. So you can just basically throw away two of the three studies you just cited because you don't like the main study that they included that drove the results. And then at the same time, the MACE study, we already talked about how I would say it's not really reasonable to cite that as strong evidence when we have other data that's more broad and includes more people. But would you at least acknowledge that the two meta-analyses out of the three studies you just shared are driven almost entirely by REDUCE IT as the weight of the meta-analysis, and like
almost entirely is an overstatement.
No, it is. So right here. No, right here. Right. So for the EPA only studies, there's two studies. Now, these percentages are for the entire meta-analysis, so that includes EPA and DHA, as well as just EPA alone. So if we look at EPA alone, 2.8% for GELIS, 14.4% for REDUCE IT. So that's a total of what, 17%? 14.5% out of 17%. So extrapolating that out, that's got to be like 90 some odd percent or 85, 90% of that finding is driven by REDUCE IT. So yeah, almost entirely I think is totally fair.
Okay, so in your opinion, why is the mineral oil then causing null effects for DHA but not EPA? Why are the EPA benefits still showing up?
But where has DHA alone been compared to mineral oil?
No, in the studies, it's stating that EPA, but not DHA.
No, so you're misunderstanding. These are all individual studies. These are all different studies comparing omega-3 fatty acids to various comparators, right? Mm-hmm. As far as I know, and maybe I'm incorrect, maybe you know of one that I don't. As far as I know, there are 0 studies that have actually compared DHA to mineral oil. Okay, now the reason
I would hope not.
Yeah, so we don't have that. So it isn't the case that DHA hasn't been beneficial compared to mineral oil because it hasn't been tested. The reason EPA even looks good here, or one reason, again, I won't overstate it, I won't say the reason, one reason that EPA looks good here is that the comparator might have been detrimental. So it makes the benefit look larger.
Well, then why didn't DHA, since
because
EPA and
DHA
DHA
wasn't
were both
compared
used
to
in
mineral oil. DHA was not compared to mineral oil.
No, look, they're using fish oil in these studies predominantly, correct?
But not the reduce it trial. Right. Okay.
EPA
So
only, right?
let me back it up here.
Yeah.
You have
No, I get it.
You have two meta-analyses. You have one where they're looking at various fish oils, typically EPA and DHA mix, versus all sorts of different comparators. They try to choose like inert oils, whatever. And then they have a separate meta-analysis here, a subgroup of the meta-analysis, where it's just EPA purified versus a comparator. Now, we can check what the Jealous one is. I'm not all concerned with that one. It was null anyway. And then there's one study, one single study here, where reduce it, or where the EPA alone appeared to be beneficial, and that was the reduce it trial, where it was compared to mineral oil. If we remove that one study, guess what? EPA alone was not statistically significant. Right? You agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah. So this and the prior meta-analysis you shared, so 2 out of the 3 studies that you shared there, both are driven mostly, not entirely, mostly by the reduce it trial, which you have said yourself that you dislike. So your own evidence ends up kind of being supported by a study that you agree is not very good or is questionable. And when you remove that, the results are not all that compelling for EPA.
Okay, fair enough. Let's move on.
So that's my point. So are we in agreement now that the evidence does not clearly show superiority of EPA over DHA?
Fair enough. Let's move on.
Okay. Okay. Glad we squared that as far as the cardiovascular stuff. So
I think it's dangerous to discount some of the findings simply because there are parts of it that are. I don't agree with throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but
well, what am I unfairly throwing out here? I mean, you're the one who throws out the reduce it trial, right? Like you agreed with that, and so then there's nothing there in that particular meta, right? So,
I wish they wouldn't include that study because it muddies the water and it makes some of the other studies that are included in meta-analysis degraded, and that's unfortunate.
But it's null anyway. The other study's null anyway. So it doesn't really matter.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay. So, but when you say it's dangerous to throw the baby out with the bathwater, I'm wondering, what am I disregarding or throwing out unfairly?
Let's just move on. I think we're belaboring this issue, and it's not pertinent to the rest of the majority.
Well, okay, but I just don't want to be accused of throwing something out unfairly without.
My apologies. I will rescind that statement.
Okay. So beyond cardiovascular disease, I think one
I wasn't accusing you.
Okay. Just making sure.
Just a broad general statement.
Now, the other, I mean, again, there were many other claims made, but one thing that I think is really worth discussing, I think there is something there, is AFib. Are you cool with kind of talking about that a bit?
Yeah, can I just go ahead and finish up the last of this one topic number 1?
Okay. So I thought we squared away the cardiovascular stuff, but okay.
No, let me share again then. Alrighty.
You are sharing.
Am I sharing?
Oh. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right. Okay. So my question then, and remember, I'm posing these as questions, not statements or claims. Does the body choose not to convert much ALA or EPA to DHA in the bloodstream to prevent higher circulating DHA from inhibiting the cardiovascular events of both ALA and EPA? So whether that comparator or not, I feel comfortable in saying that both ALA and EPA have cardiovascular benefits. I would not say that about DHA because I don't see the evidence supporting that. But
well, I mean, again, I don't see the strong evidence for EPA either in healthy individuals.
Gotcha. So my question then would be, could ALA be superior to DHA in achieving the benefits reported by DHA? So since
it might be, might
those
not be.
taking,
Yeah.
right, so let's take a look at what the research has to say about that particular question. My question was, wait a minute, if ALA reduces cardiovascular disease risk and DHA does the same, is it really the DHA or is it EPA taken with fish oil, which is the most commonly way DHA is consumed, not by itself, or the more dominant ALA that's already in their diet? All right, so this is an interesting study. It's called Vegan Men Have Less Stiff Arteries Despite the Lack of Dietary DHA or EPA. So I found it a pretty interesting study. It is a health outcome study, which I like. I mostly focus on mechanisms of action and dose and response, but health outcomes are important too, especially for the end user. So the proportions of EPA and DHA in the plasma, very important, in vegans was only about a third of omnivores. However, LDL cholesterol, diastolic blood pressure were lower to a decent amount. In conclusion, these results refute the hypothesis that arterial stiffness is increased by a lack of fish or other sources of EPA and DHA in the vegan diet. Indeed, there was tentative evidence to suggest that arterial aging was actually slower in vegans. So this idea that EPA and DHA were major contributors to cardiovascular health, in this particular case, endothelium, cholesterol impact, and hypertension. Now, hypertension clearly is the #1 disease in the world globally, and it is the greatest probably indicator of cardiovascular disease risk. So even though vegans had a much lower plasma, and that's really important to understand, it's the plasma, not the rest of the whole body, their arterial aging was lower. Now, people will look at the study and says, yeah, because they're eating fiber and polyphenols are contributing to a positive effect on their arteries because they have greater intake of polyphenols. I'll agree. But this is just more, again, I'm showing all these different studies to show the body of evidence. It's like, okay, this study had this study showed this study showed this study showed this. Yes, you can pick apart each little individual parts of the study and find fault. You can find fault in any study, to be honest. Whether it's
they write about it
whether it's
themselves.
dose
They write the
sensitive, whether it's
limitations themselves.
comparators, where it's baseline status, where they started with, what they were looking for, the bias of the assumptions of the people writing the studies. All of that contributes to outcomes that may or may not be accurate. We know this. You've read enough studies to know this. I know this. But when you take a look at all of this data, and that's why I'm hoping people listening to this look at not just a single study and how well you dissect a single study to show its faults, its blemishes, its things. Yeah, sure, I'll agree with a lot of that. Almost every study you can do that with. The bigger question is, all of this data cumulatively, is this enough evidence to say, hey, wait a minute, maybe, I'm going to cite a quote here. So, nutrition experts estimate, and this is a quote from AI, so forgive me for using AI, that 95% of all clinical and health-focused omega-3 research uses fish oil, EPA, or DHA, not ALA or SDA found in plants. Now, that's a problem when all of the studies are only looking at EPA and DHA because the overarching assumption is that they're the ones that are important. That base assumption makes it harder for people like me to say, oh, here's one that actually shows ALA has benefit. And they're like, yeah, but look at the 95% of the rest of the research that shows EPA and DHA. That's not fair because there's just not data there. I don't get to control how many studies are done on ALA. That's not fair. Secondly, analysis. Again, this is AI's assumption, so take it for what it's worth. Analysis evaluating major randomized controlled trials of omega-3 revealed that over half of the research is directly funded or co-sponsored by fish oil and pharmaceutical industries. That's what I'm up against. When you say, why do you weight this one study as important? Because it's the only freaking study that I have that's talking about the topics that I'm interested in, because they're not looking for this. If you're not looking for something, you're not going to find it. So it's very rare when I can find a study that includes vegans, that includes ALA, that states what the baseline status was. I remember one study, it was a GOED study, the Global Organization for EPA and DHA. They did a study and found null effects. And it said, in looking in secondary analysis of the research, we found that the overall total omega intake was too high, resulting in the null effects. They said that right in their own paper of why they got null effects, because people were already efficiently had enough total omega-3, which 95 to 98% is ALA. So they got null effects from their EPA DHA research because people were consuming enough ALA. Yet they'll just pull that study, or unfortunately, I got to read that study before they pulled it, but that's what I'm up against. That's why there's so little data for me to talk about. That's why it's taken 30 years of going through this research to find these few bits and pieces that can offer an explanation that is different than the narrative that is funded by, described by, and biasly reported by fish oil and pharmaceutical companies or universities that are on the take from those companies.
Okay, there's a lot to reply to there. So for starters, going back to what you cited regarding the vegans, I don't see how that at all talks about potential benefits or lack thereof for omega-3s. The reason is we can have, like, for example, vegans tend to weigh less. That will lower blood pressure. Vegans tend to consume less saturated fat. That will lower LDL cholesterol. There's a lot of ways that vegans are healthier. I want to be very, very clear in stating I don't think vegans are at higher risk of adverse outcomes because they don't supplement omega-3s. Where I am not confident is whether or not there are benefits to additional supplementation of long-chain omega-3s. That's
great,
like,
that's a great segue to this next study.
No, so hold on. I'd like to respond to, you said a lot of stuff there. So that's one issue. The second part is when it comes to funding and that doesn't necessarily invalidate research. If the methodology is sound, then we can consider it as it is. There's no reason to throw it out. And I think often research gets dismissed too quickly because of funding. And if we didn't have funding from industry in some cases, we'd have far less research. It's just as simple as that. And so that's why we have things like pre-registration, so people can register what specifically they're supposed to do and report. And if they don't do that, then we can raise some questions. But at least it's registered in advance. And we see that with like the keto CTA study recently where they didn't properly report their primary outcome. I wonder why. Maybe because it didn't look so good. And then they can get called out for that. But without instances like that, I don't see it as like an argument of, hey, it's industry funded, therefore let's toss it out.
No, and I don't. That is not my point for bringing that up. My point for bringing that up is if they're funded by industry research, they have a set of priorities of what they're looking for. They're looking for how EPA and DHA specifically support or have positive health outcomes. So they'll design a study to try to enhance or tease out that information. So the motivation and design of the study are already built-in bias, even though the methodology can be sound, can be fact-checked, can be peer-reviewed. Awesome, that's great. The study itself is asking a different question. They're not asking, what about compared to ALA? What about compared to vegans?
Sure, that's fine. But what I'm pointing out is is unless we can specifically point out those methodological issues, not just speculate about them, but actually show like this is the issue, I don't think we can throw research out. And then finally, the last thing
I'm not interested in throwing research out.
Yeah,
I'm just
okay.
saying this is the reason why a lot of this research is not included in the dialogue or dismissed because it's a small amount of research compared to a very large body of research that is
I mean,
all on EPA and DHA.
I don't think anybody dismisses the benefits of ALA. I mean, that's across clinical practice
as
guidelines
a
and everything.
comparator.
Yeah, sure, as a comparator, but nobody says not to. I mean, it's literally the only omega-3 fat with an
that's
adequate
not what
intake.
I'm saying. Is
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
saying is okay, and that's okay. Perfect. Can we segue into the
But
next
no,
study? Because that's
there's
a
one
perfect
more point
segue.
I still wanted. There's one more point I still haven't gotten to because
Okay,
there was a long list of things that you mentioned. And then the last thing that I'll just mention is you said that I asked you why you favor that one particular study, and you said it's because it's the only study looking at what you want, ALA, the EPA, DHA, et cetera. And that's just, again, not true, right? We went over the pooled analysis, which looked at the same markers. So I just want to clarify that again, that it wasn't a matter of that one study is the only one that looked at these things. There are others, and we have pooled analyses of those. But now, if you have further research to try to support the claim that DHA is detrimental, let's go for it.
Okay. And no, not detrimental. This one is more talking about the previous study and showing that could ALA, so my question here was at the top of this, could ALA be superior to DHA in the achieving the benefits reported in the vast majority of studies that are just looking at EPA, DHA fish oil? Okay, so my first was comparison of outcome, and yes, it's weak because there are so many other things that could be contributing to those outcomes. However, this next study, and I apologize, I have an excerpt from an interview with the researchers of the study, so it's not the study itself. I looked for it, but I couldn't find it. So they found evidence that people who do eat seafood, they could get extra benefits from eating plant-based omega-3s.
Yeah, right? I don't disagree.
Yeah. And when people with low levels of omega-3s in their diet ate ALA, they saw a benefit in cardiovascular health, about 10%, which was cool. And then when they, this is Dr. Fleming, the researcher, but when we had people with high levels of omega-3 from other sources, i.e. fish oil, when they ate more ALA, they also saw a benefit. So this is showing that ALA in their diet may be contributing to the benefits, and that adding more ALA to their diet contributed to even more benefits, even though they were taking fish oil or omega-3s from non-plant sources.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, they can work by different mechanisms and have it's like saying, oh, if you do aerobic training 5 days a week, which is well above where you see more or less a plateau in benefit, and then you add resistance training to it, it's like, oh, hey, you're adding more exercise and you're getting further benefit. It's like, well, obviously, yeah, that there's benefits to different types of exercise, just like there's benefit to different types of omega-3s.
100%.
Now, unless it was the case that we had studies showing X amount of ALA intake at baseline and then adding the long chain omega-3s and there was no benefit, I don't think we can confidently assert that I just don't see how this explains how or suggests that EPA or DHA can't be also beneficial. I don't think it means that can't be the case.
No, and the whole premise, the whole overarching of all the studies that I've shared so far are basically saying, what is the baseline status of total omega-3, including ALA? Listen, ALA can convert to SDA, then ETA, then EPA, then DPA, then DHA. So ALA can provide all 6 forms of omega-3s, 6 of the major forms, including all of their metabolites, the oxylipins, the resolvins, all the different metabolites that are beneficial, that some of which are unique to each stage of this. ALA has its own, SDA has its own set of oxylipins. You don't get those by taking EPA and DHA because there is no retroconversion. Taking EPA and DHA, or especially taking DHA, since it's at the bottom of the barrel, it's the last conversion step, you don't get the benefits of those other forms because you're not getting the form itself, nor any of their metabolites and oxylipins and proresolvins and things like this. So that's key to understanding that the overall ALA message is that ALA can provide all those things. DHA, yes, can be helpful, but if you are starting out with a person that is too low in total omega-3, including ALA.
But
So
do you have a study
would
showing
those
that?
benefits disappear if you add ALA? Or would they actually, in this study, even improve by adding ALA? So it's not the EPA or DHA that's doing it. You could achieve the same results with ALA than you can EPA or DHA. Actually, in this study, it showed better results, superior cardiovascular reduction.
I don't disagree that adding ALA is beneficial. Zero disagreement from me. Where I don't think you have supported the claim is that adding DHA in the context of, say, X amount of ALA intake is not beneficial versus it might be beneficial at lower intake. Like, that's the sort of stratification I'd like to see in order to support that claim. And I also wouldn't assume that the conversion of ALA is certainly going to be kind of maximized to our benefit. Just like, let's say, production of creatine in our body isn't necessarily maximized for benefit. We can supplement exogenously to maximize our creatine stores and perform better in the gym and so on. And so there could still be benefit at higher intakes unless you have evidence showing that when baseline omega-3 is here, we get a benefit, but when it's up here, we don't get a benefit.
Okay, and then we'll get to that because I cover that too in the research. I think since we're talking about, I know number 2, you had possible cognitive benefits, so that's switching to a different.
Well, to be clear, I didn't do it in like a specific order. I was just kind of going. I was just going to,
okay.
Yeah, like
right. So let's cut down to. Am I still screen sharing? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's cut down to pregnancy. Okay. All right. So DHA and LDL oxidation. Because I get your concerns that this may not translate directly as a big deal. But I want to show some important research. I think that's important that may show otherwise. All right. So, all right. So let's. Your question and or comment was this: DHA and LDL oxidation. Even I grant this. In vitro preclinical data rarely translates to human outcomes, and the retention in the subendothelial space precedes oxidation. So it's largely an irrelevant concern. The same could even be applied to linoleic acid. Okay, I'm going to disagree with you on linoleic acid, but I'll explain the reasons why. I love your paper on omega-3, but omega-6s, by the way. I thought it was a brilliant paper. It was much needed, debunking assumptions about omega-6 that I feel I'm doing about omega-3. So I felt really aligned with you in that study. I'm like, oh, he's doing the same thing. I've done some of the same research that you cited and that I have read and used in my talks debunking the supposed negative impacts of omega-6 too. But okay, so let's first, here, my screen shares. Okay. All right, so this is a 2014 study called Why Fish Oil Fails, a comprehensive 21st century lipids-based physiological analysis. So in this study, it says, and I'll quote, DHA is highly vulnerable to free radical oxidation because of its chemical structure, which contains 6 double carbon bonds and 5 reactive bis-allis, that position. This extreme susceptibility makes it prone to degradation, yielding hazardous metabolites, and causing oils to quickly go rancid. And there's 4 citations after that. Okay, so let's talk about that. Maybe I'll just give you time to comment on that. If you...
So there's a couple of things. For one, I outlined in detail in that paper why like in vitro oxidation studies don't necessarily translate to what actually happens in the body, and then how even if we wanted to grant higher oxidized LDL levels, they don't necessarily translate into cardiovascular disease when ApoB is accounted for. So there's like multiple layers of problems there, but I would just step back from this whole discussion of LDL oxidation to the data over like mechanisms versus outcomes, right? So this is very much just a mechanism, and the question is whether or not it translates to the clinical outcomes like cardiovascular outcomes at the end of the day, which to this point has not been demonstrated. So
and I covered that too as well.
But we could spend plenty of time going through these mechanisms, but given the fact that these individual mechanisms rarely translate, why should we? Like I'll give you a very clear-cut example. Exercise increases LDL susceptibility to oxidation. Would you then use that mechanism to support the idea that, oh, we shouldn't exercise then?
I cover that in a second. I'll address that exact thing. Why there's a difference between DHA or long-chain PUFA oxidation as opposed to just general oxidation of LDL. I cover that in the research, and the research is kind of frightening, to be honest. But we'll discuss OXCEs in just a second. Okay. So the extreme susceptibility makes it prone to degradation, yielding hazardous metabolites. And I'm going to dig a little deeper into what those metabolites are. But first, okay, so ALA versus DHA. So ALA has 3 double carbon bonds, resulting in only 2 highly reactive places where oxygen can bind to. Whereas DHA is long chain, it's the longest chain, and it has 5 places. So 2.5 times more susceptibility to oxygen to be oxidized and degraded. To your comment before, where is it? The same could be applied to linoleic acid. I agree, the same could be applied, that it's not as oxidative because ALA, just like LA, has only 2 carbon bonds, so it is not oxidized to the same degree and level and expediency as arachidonic acid.
To be specific, I was referring to like LDL oxidation because that was the claim in the PBN video.
Correct.
Was about LDL oxidation, and yeah, we do see that linoleic acid increases susceptibility of LDL oxidation.
Correct. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Agreed. To the degree is important. Okay. So endogenously made LPC DHA. So when the body takes in ALA, it doesn't readily convert ALA to DHA in the bloodstream. I feel that there's a good reason for that, because DHA in the bloodstream, like from fish oil, is triglyceride bound DHA. So the majority of fish and algae, DHA is TAG DHA, triglyceride form. It's bound to a triglyceride. Okay, so there are 2 major transporters that transport this triglyceride DHA to adipose tissue, where it's stored. So the vast majority of supplemental DHA is picked up by either red blood cells or LDL cholesterol and transported to adipose tissue, fat. I can show you the study on that later. I'm not too
concerned. But yeah.
Okay. All right. So the TAG DHA can be absorbed by the heart tissue. The heart is one of the few organs in the body that does not convert or manufacture its own DHA. It only allows the body to regulate how much DHA it does. Though if TAG DHA gets into the bloodstream, it can be taken up because that's the form that's taken up by the heart. Whereas TAG DHA is predominantly not taken up. Some can get into the brain, and there's evidence that may not be a good thing. But LPC DHA is the vast majority of the DHA that gets to the brain. So LPC DHA is made from hepatic lipase in the liver. So the number one place ALA is converted to DHA is the liver by far. It's about 9% conversion rate, where only about 0.5% of ALA is converted to DHA in the bloodstream. This is the body's choice. These are the body's mechanisms in its metabolism. It's choosing not to convert ALA to DHA in the blood. Instead, it converts to LPC DHA in the liver, which then can be transported through plasma, not red blood cells, to the brain, where it combined with the MFS2 D2A transport mechanism that allows DHA to couple and go inside the brain and become part of the membrane, right? Okay, and let me finish this whole story because the narrative is important to what we're talking about on oxidation. So this is why we see tag DHA pick up, because LDL cholesterol transports triglycerides to fat storage. That's part of the mechanism on how LDL cholesterol DHA lowers triglycerides. It's actually getting more LDL cholesterol in the blood to take and transport that DHA in a triglyceride form to adipose tissue. So one, it increases LDL cholesterol. And do you know how the mechanism for which LDL increases cholesterol?
How LDL increases?
Why DHA increases LDL cholesterol?
No, but I know it's largely driven by increase in size because ApoB doesn't increase very much.
No, that's the size of it. I'm talking the quantity.
Yeah. No, I'm saying I don't know the mechanism, but I know that the actual particle number doesn't really increase that much.
The mechanism is kind of interesting, but to me, a little bit concerning. It does so by inhibiting the clearance of LDL cholesterol by the liver. It prevents it from binding to bile and be secreted into the digestive tract where LDL cholesterol can be removed from the body. So
wait,
it raises...
so that doesn't make clearance via the liver is usually due to like the LDL receptors on the liver, and
correct.
The bile and secretion is completely different.
It reduces the activity of the receptors on
the
liver.
Yeah, so whatever, I'll accept that. That's fine.
Okay, and I can show you the study that shows that too as well. So you're preventing the body from clearing LDL cholesterol. You're increasing the LDL cholesterol. And then you have this DHA, which is highly oxidative, being transported by LDL cholesterol to adipose tissue. Now, as that LDL cholesterol combines with the oxidized DHA, it forms a really nasty molecule. And let's go ahead and get into that.
Well, I'd like to go through the stuff that you've mentioned so far. That's
okay,
a lot to unpack. So first off, yeah, the point that I raised with like the oxidative capacity of these fatty acids can apply to basically any polyunsaturated fat to a degree. Now, you can say to varying degrees. But what's interesting is actually supplementation at, I'll pull it up here. Supplementation at like subgram doses, which is typically what's recommended anyway, of DHA may actually prevent or reduce LDL oxidation susceptibility. So doses of 200, 400, and 800 milligrams of DHA resulted in increased alpha tocopherol, which is vitamin E, concentrations, decreased MDA, which is one marker of oxidative stress, and longer lag time for copper-induced LDL oxidation. Possibly at higher doses, we're seeing more susceptibility, but just to be clear, in those in vitro studies, if you do use at least lower or modest doses, there might even be a protective effect there. Now, second, when it comes to increasing LDL, what's important is that DHA alone, and I'll pull this here once it loads up, DHA alone may somewhat increase LDL by 7%. This was the study that you had originally cited. But ApoB goes up by 3.4%. And they state because of the change in the LDL to ApoB ratio was relatively small, suggests that it was an increase in LDL size more so than other
Totally.
than an increase in particle number. So that's one thing. And remember, this is for DHA alone. But when we look at combination supplements of EPA and DHA, which is again how the vast majority of people will consume them, they may even lower ApoB, as seen in this particular study. Now, at the same time, it was a relatively high dose they gave, so maybe not applicable to lower doses. But we aren't seeing this clear-cut rise. At more modest doses of a mixed EPA-DHA, you're probably seeing really no effect. But at high doses, possibly a reduction in ApoB, and then at if DHA is alone, a modest increase in ApoB. So I wouldn't say it's so clear cut that it's going to increase LDL oxidation one way or another. And even if we consider that there's maybe some increase in particle number, it is relatively small, and that would be due to more of the clearance mechanisms that you've pointed out, if that is indeed the case. But it's not something I'd be overly concerned about, since we don't see a higher risk in outcome trials. Like if it was the case that it was causing problems, we would see higher cardiovascular disease risk in supplement trials. Nevertheless, I think that even a slight rise in ApoB might be enough reason to consider combination supplements over DHA alone. I would say that's totally a reasonable position for somebody to take. But I would stop well short of suggesting that this is really something to panic about, because it's just not, it doesn't pan out in the outcome data.
Gotcha. And I would just like to put a little asterisk in there, and the outcome data is mostly focused on heart attacks, myocardia infarctions,
Yep.
Stroke. These things are severe, measurable, easy outcomes to determine. If you got a heart attack,
Yep.
yeah, heart attack. There's two ways around it. Over long-term degradation of cardiovascular health, endothelium lining, plaquing, endothelial dysfunction. Uh-oh, did I get dropped again?
Sorry, did you drop again? What? No, you're still here. Hello? Let's see. What are the other people?
Shoot.
No, you're still here. I don't know. It's like he can't hear me or something, or did he drop? I'll chat. I can still see and hear you. Okay. No, you were. I could still hear you and see you. That was
Oh,
weird. But
shit.
it looked like you couldn't see me for some reason. But anyways,
I'm sorry about
whatever.
that.
Yeah, that's all
Apologies.
good.
Okay, all right. So
I didn't miss anything. Basically, what I'm saying. You were there. So.
Okay, so I looked at your study, and I totally agree with you. ApoB is a far better predictor of risk than oxidated LDL cholesterol for heart attacks and cardiovascular deaths. 100%. We're in total agreement there. But study is limited to those outcomes, not ongoing oxidative damage to brain cells, to the endothelium, or the cardiovascular system as whole, which may take more than 6 years, which was the measurement, the longitudinal amount in the study that you shared, and result in less obvious external symptoms like a heart attack or death, obviously. So hypertension can be moderated by other things. So you're not really seeing the effects of this, because people take antihypertensive drugs and say, oh, okay, it's MR related, so no big deal. And this could last for 20, 30 years. So it's not that there might be damage being going on. It's just not a really easy measurable outcome, especially when people who get tested for high blood pressure, which is almost everyone who goes to a doctor gets tested for high blood pressure, and immediately put on high blood pressure medication. So this is really kind of offset and interfered with, not seeing what the overall outcomes of the damage that's being done endogenously. So, but here's what I'd like to get into. This is am I sharing? Oh, I need to share again. Okay.
Yeah, you're sharing.
Okay, good. All right, so this 2013 study, oxidation of marine omega-3 supplements and human health. And I'll quote from the study. I'm guessing they'll probably find fault with this study too as well, but it's okay. It's part of the understanding. But I do want to expose people to the research at least. So the results among men and women, oxidized LDL was significantly related to coronary heart disease and multivariate analysis before adjustment for any lipid markers. Now, I'm sure going to point out before the lipid marker adjustment.
Yeah,
However,
obviously.
However, when ox-LDL were mutually adjusted, oxidative LDL was no longer predictive.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd expect.
Exactly, and I showed that as predictive. This is the study that you showed. This is the study that you showed.
Oh, okay. Me. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought that was from the 2013 one you cited. I don't remember the
no. I'm sorry. I'm getting
quote.
onto the 2018 is the one I'm doing. So my comments were predictive of non-fatal heart attack or coronary heart disease death, and after 6 years of follow-up. So this is where it starts to take a next level. All right, it's not just measuring ox-LDL. There are qualities of that oxidized LDL. There's oxidized LDL, which you just talked about, very rightfully so, in exercise. Exercise causes oxidation of LDL, but it doesn't seem to be harmful. Or if not,
I want to clarify. It doesn't cause oxidation of LDL. It increases the susceptibility of LDL particles to become oxidized in the same way that polyunsaturated fat consumption does. But that doesn't necessarily translate to poor outcomes.
Not in the same way. There's a very different mechanism going on here, and that's what I want to jump into. And they're called OXCEs, or oxidized cholesterol esters. Have you heard of this term before?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So when you look up the actual definition of OXCE, OXCE refers to cholesterol molecules that have combined with PUFAs, long-chain polyunsaturated fatty acids, including EPA, DHA, and undergone oxidative damage. They are a major component of oxidized LDL and play a significant role in the development of atherosclerosis and chronic vascular inflammation. Okay, so we're saying that OXCEs are specific to when oxidized DHA or long-chain polyunsaturated acids combine with LDL cholesterol. So this is a very unique type and specific type that is only talking about PUFAs oxidizing LDL cholesterol. All right. So let's look at this study, 2018 study, oxidized cholesterol, esters, and inflammation. So in this review article, we focus on these OXCEs, which are a major component of minimally and extensively oxidized LDL. So a component of oxidized LDL. So this is drilling down to a little bit more, not the broad general aspects of oxidized LDL, but a minimal or extensive component of the oxidized LDL and of human atherosclerotic lesions. So we find these OXCEs in atherosclerosis and the lesions that are actually scarifying and damaging the endothelial lining. Now, is this going to result in a heart attack in 6 years? Probably not. Is this going to result in a fatal heart attack in 6 years? I would guess not, but that's just my unprofessional guess. Could it be damaging and developing atherosclerosis that may take 20 to 30 years to develop? Possibly. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I'll explain why this doesn't really follow. So for one, you're looking at oxidized cholesterol esters in atherosclerotic lesions, so in the plaque, right? Okay. So, and I believe I should.
No, this
Yeah, in
that is
atherosclerotic lesions would be in the
that
plaque.
is one place. That is one place they're found.
Right, but that's what you specifically showcased there. But here's why I think that's a bit misplaced. If we look at where oxidation occurs, so here we have, I'll bring it up a little bit. Here we have the endothelial lining here. On top, we have the blood, and then we have the subendothelial space down here, okay? The more of these LDL and other ApoB containing particles that we have in the blood, the more that will pass through that lining and into the subendothelial space. We agree so far?
Yep.
Right, okay. Now, once they're in the subendothelial space, they can be retained, and that's because the ApoB interacts with proteoglycans in the subendothelial space, and that holds them there, sort of like a magnet. And now, once they are held there for a period of time, they're stuck, oxidation or oxidative modification is inevitable. It's going to happen, okay? Now, once they get oxidized, then the macrophage comes in, chews it up, turns into a foam cell, goes on to develop into a plaque. And so the reason concerns over like oxidized LDL, I would view, are misplaced is because that oxidation doesn't happen in the bloodstream. It happens in the subendothelial space, which is driven by how many LDL particles get into the subendothelial space, which is driven by how many were in the bloodstream to begin with. In fact, oxidized LDL particles are less likely to be retained because they have changes to the structure of the specific, I believe is the either was it proteoglycans or anyways, whatever part of the ApoB structure that binds is modified in oxidized LDL. So one could actually argue that it's less likely, but it doesn't really matter because not much oxidation actually occurs in the bloodstream anyway. So the point being, it's all getting oxidized once it's down here anyway. Whether it happens a little quicker or takes a little longer in a petri dish setting is irrelevant. And when you're sampling cholesterol esters from atherosclerotic lesions, that's way downstream of this. That's because they've already all been oxidized. It doesn't rely on whether or not it was DHA or LA or ALA or EPA or whatever PUFA you want to put in there. It's just going to happen. And that's why oxidized LDL levels aren't associated with risk. Now, I also want to clarify that in those individuals in the Nurses' Health and Health Professionals follow-up study, when they are assessing oxidized LDL and ApoB levels, yes, they're following them for 6 years. Of course, they do their power calculations to see how many people they would need to follow and for how long and how many people actually had oxidized LDL measurements and so on. But those are people who have also been tracked as far as like dietary intake and lifestyle factors over a very, very long time, like decades. And unless there have been significant changes, I'd have to double check the inclusion-exclusion for that particular study. But unless they included people who made drastic changes, and that was a lot of them, I would suspect that you are probably capturing much longer term exposure than just the 6 years.
Oh, I would agree.
Yeah. So the point here is just that measuring what there is as far as oxidized cholesterol esters in a plaque doesn't really tell you that the dietary fat that was consumed is what contributed to that, because they're all getting oxidized, whether they're rich or not so rich in polyunsaturated fats once they're retained anyway. And it's a matter of how many are actually in the bloodstream to begin with that drives that.
Okay, so let me discuss the mechanism of actions a little bit more here, because oxy-E's refer to specifically cholesterol molecules that have combined with PUFAs and undergone oxidative damage. Doesn't mean the PUFA is still with them. So here's the chain of events. You get a oxidized DHA. It needs to be transported as tagged to adipose tissue. LDL picks it up, transports it to the oxidation of the DHA, then damages and forms OXCEs, these cholesterol esters. Now, once it leaves the LDL cholesterol could no longer be considered an oxidized LDL. Yet the damage and the OXCEs could still be a part of that LDL cholesterol. And then it enters into the endothelium. At that point, it has already carried into the endothelium these OXCEs. It's not that they're forming there, it's that they are preformed by the DHA and the LDL. And then after the LDL drops off the triglyceride DHA at the fat cell, it actually shrinks and becomes what's called intermediate LDL. So the particle size shrinks. Now, for some reason, we don't know why, it doesn't go back to VLDL. It's interesting that DHA, tagged DHA, is picked up by VLDL and becomes LDL size. And then it's transported to the adipose where it drops off the tagged DHA, and then it shrinks back into intermediate LDL. Not large particle size, not small like VLDL, but it's got this oxidized element to it. So it's not oxidized as it is with the DHA, it's a portion of that of OXCE within that. So the important parts of this is that the OXCE is caused by PUFA's oxidation and results in
It happens in the subendothelial space almost exclusively, though, or at least very predominantly. It doesn't occur in the blood.
That's where they're measuring it, right? That's not necessarily where it
spill back out into the blood after the fact. Well, no. So some can spill back out into the blood after it's been oxidized in the subendothelial space, but it's not much. But some can. But the oxidation actually occurs in the subendothelial space, which is where it transitions on to develop into an atherosclerotic plaque. In fact, the review that you cited that's where they were sourced from, was from the atherosclerotic lesion. And so unless you can demonstrate that this actually occurs by and large in the bloodstream, which is going against basically all of the pathophysiological knowledge we have on the progression of atherosclerosis at this point, I don't see why we should accept that as a mechanism that translates to outcomes. Like these mechanisms, this is why I kind of hammered home the whole outcome over mechanism discussion earlier, is that these mechanisms, we can find mechanisms for absolutely anything. Whether or not it actually translates to an outcome is what's important. And so the mechanisms are simply just hypotheses really or hypothesis generating until we can actually test it. And I like the overall balance of evidence supports that this oxidation does not occur in the bloodstream, and whether or not it occurs a little quicker, or takes a little longer based on the fatty acid composition doesn't really change the fact that it's going to happen.
Okay. Well, let's see what else I've got here.
I mean, I think we could address the AFib stuff. I think that's relatively important to address.
Okay. I'll just go quickly over the last two studies to button up this one. It's this study, the 2021 study, why the benefits of DHA have not been borne out in the prevention of Alzheimer's disease, a narrative review on DHA metabolism and adipose tissue, and just kind of reiterates what I was just saying, that DHA is highly susceptible to peroxidation, where DHA is highly concentrated, which is in the retinal tissue. Greater DHA is associated with greater oxidative damage. In the case of oxidative pathology in the brain, excess DHA would therefore be assumed to be undesirable. And while DHA certainly has anti-inflammatory and antioxidant benefits, it is still prone to oxidation by free radicals if not protected. So LPC DHA bound to in the liver does not oxidize, is prevented by its LPC molecule, lysophosphatidyl molecule being bound to it, protects it from this oxidation, so it won't negatively impact the LDL cholesterol. And two, LPC cholesterol does not require, LPC DHA does not require LDL cholesterol for transport. Only tag DHA, because one of LDL's major functions is to transport triglycerides to fat. That's a good thing. But if you're putting a DHA molecule like fish or algae oil that is bound to a triglyceride, it's going to pick up that triglyceride bound with that DHA, which potentially is oxidized, and carry it to the LDL cholesterol. Hence the increase. If you have more DHA that is triglyceride form, the body is going to need more LDL cholesterol in order to transport that excess DHA to its adipose tissue. So present in excess, which I just described, through supplementation, the possibility of providing excess DHA, which may exacerbate oxidative injury in an at-risk brain. Let me cover the next study, and then I'll have a chance to respond to both. Okay, the next study is LDL oxidation and cerebral vascular aging, mechanisms for endothelial dysfunction, inflammation, and vascular cognitive impairment and dementia. So oxidized LDL disrupts endothelial homeostasis, enhances leukocyte adhesion, and triggers chronic inflammatory signaling. Additionally, oxidized LDL-mediated oxidative stress exacerbates mitochondrial dysfunction. Epigenetic alterations in cerebral vascular cells, reinforcing a cycle of vascular injury and neurodegeneration. These mechanisms contribute to neurovascular uncoupling, cerebral hyperfusion, and cognitive decline in aging individuals. In dementia research, OXCE are toxic lipids that accumulate in the brain's immune cells. When they fail to properly process myelin debris, this buildup is a key driver for neuroinflammation and cognitive decline in Alzheimer's disease. So, oxidized exogenous DHA can promote the formation of OXCEs, oxidized cholesterol esters, whereas endogenously created LPC DHA from EPA or ALA does not. Studies indicate LPC DHA does not significantly increase OXCE formation in LDL. Why? Primarily because it's preferentially utilized in transport rather than lingering to drive systemic LDL oxidation. So we're seeing a big difference here between what the body's natural pathway. Give me a precursor, I'll convert it safely into the form needed, either by pulling free or triglyceride just in the exact amount needed for the heart or other tissues, or for the brain only creating LPC DHA, which does not oxidize like tag DHA can, does not require LDL, and therefore does not oxidize LDL for transport, and then couples with the brain through the MFSD to a transport system, which tag DHA almost does nothing of. So you can see the body's preferential pathway of using precursors like ALA, well, all of them, ALA, SDA, ETA, EPA, DPA, and converting them to DHA in the LPC form only in the liver. And predominantly ALA is converted to DHA in the LPC form, therefore not oxidizing, not causing oxidative cholesterol esters, not raising LDL cholesterol, not causing AFib because it's not reaching the heart. LPC DHA does not enter the heart at all. It can't because of its molecular structure. That's why the heart doesn't even make its own DHA, even though it uses DHA for some minor membrane fluidity. All of these are showing the same thing, that this preformed tag form of DHA that is in supplemental form has the potential to oxidize, increase LDL cholesterol, increase ApoB, increase oxidative damage on the endothelial lining, and potentially increase neurodegenerative damage. All of these are unique to tag DHA, but not if you supply the body with its precursor, ALA, or any of the precursors, and allow the body to decide how much DHA, what form of DHA, how much that DHA is being delivered to each different tissue for each individual, for each gender. Women create more DHA than men for the potential of carrying a baby. For each condition, EPA to DHA ratios have a big difference on CRP. So if you have higher CRP, higher EPA is better in studies shown when they looked at ratios. So the ratio and balance of EPA to DHA is important, and this can be endogenously regulated by the body if you let it convert what it needs, when it needs it, where it needs it, and the form it needs it. These are all the reasons why this tag or preformed DHA, I think, should never be put into the body at all because of these potential negative side effects. There are ways to achieve the outcomes that you're looking for without using tag DHA as a supplement. You can achieve these or better outcomes by using different forms of ALA, of EPA, and DHA.
Okay. There's a lot to unpack there, which I'll get into in a second. But one thing I just want to get back to the idea that our body converts all that we need, and we don't need to be taking any exogenously. Do you take the position or share the position with me that creatine supplementation is beneficial?
Depends on what your goal is.
Yeah, if your goal is strength and performance, and I mean there's some limited evidence for brain health, but let's say strength and performance.
For overall maintenance,
No,
no.
for improving strength.
Okay,
If
but
you're
that's
resistance
not
training.
improving health.
No, well, it's the one potential way to improve health. But again, I just want to understand, would you say that creatine supplementation is beneficial for improving strength?
Sure, I do
Okay.
it. I take
Right.
creatine for that reason.
Right. And you don't believe there's any detriment to doing that, even though it's more than your body makes?
I would say that's not well established in the.
It's the most well-studied sports supplement, arguably, in the world, one of, for sure.
Studied for its benefits.
No, for adverse effects too. They track adverse effects, absolutely.
Right, but are there mechanisms that we aren't aware of? That I'm not so sold on.
Well, I mean, but
It is one of the cautions, because people have brought research to me saying, "Oh, this is a potential detriment of taking excess creatine because of its downstream metabolites. The way the body breaks it down, the way it eliminates it can increase ammonia." And I thought, okay, those are minimal, but could they have possible negative effects? Potentially.
We have studies. I mean, you can say that about anything. You could say that eating fruit has potential negative effects. Eating vegetables has potential negative effects if we want to speculate about mechanisms. Um, did you cut out again? Yeah, I think you did. Cut out again. So we'll have to wait again for him to come back. Storm or whatever's going on there. See if I scroll through some of these comments for a minute. I guess I should send him another message. You dropped again. Oh, he dropped out. Okay, so he'll be back in shortly. Uh, the page. Let's see what you guys are saying in here. No, I don't like vegan food. That's the first one I saw. That's funny. Um, okay, you're back again. I was just checking out some comments. Um, okay, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
cool.
back.
Yeah, no. So what I was saying regarding creatine is like we have like at this point millions upon millions of people who've used it with long-term observational studies following them and reporting on adverse effects and that in the clinical trials they do assess for like kidney function markers and things
We're in
like that.
agreement here. You don't
Yeah.
need to
So
really.
so so my point is that just because we take something in excess of what our body produces, you aren't necessarily concerned about adverse effects from that, given the breadth of the data, despite there being potential mechanisms that one could point to, that they could speculate about. And
Correct.
so I would apply the same here to DHA or virtually anything else. And the reason is because we can speculate about potential harms or potential mechanisms at play that could be harmful for virtually anything. We could say that about vegetables. We could say that about fruits. We could say that about beans. And so that's why I don't agree with the stance that, oh well, our body makes all we need. We can't possibly benefit from more, and then we have to be worried about these adverse effects.
And I don't, I'm not saying that there can't be benefit. There can be. That's been shown in the research over and over again. I would never argue that because that's a fool's errand. It's out there. It's in published data. What I'm saying is that because, all right, so there's a couple mechanisms why you can get what I believe, and I know you don't agree with it, so I accept your position, as false positives. Okay, number one, is it the ALA that is dominating their diet that's actually contributing to that? Number two, we know that when you take higher amounts of DHA, the body has a negative feedback, an inhibition to try to control the levels of DHA. And it does so by turning off the enzymes, the elongase and desaturase enzymes, that would convert EPA any further down to DPA or DHA. Okay, that's a reasonable mechanism for the body to do. If you got too much of something up, turn off the spigots. Stop converting it even further down. All right, if we know that is the case, that higher DHA levels trigger the inhibition of EPA conversion, what we see is an accretion or accumulation of EPA. So and we disagree on this one, and we don't need to go back to it, but my assumption is that EPA has beneficial effects on cardiovascular health, and you don't agree with that.
Yeah, based
And
on the
you've
Reduce It
stated your
trial, which you
reasons
don't
why.
like.
Yeah, I know, I get it.
So I find
still
it hard to accept that you still take that position when the study you cited you don't like. But anyways, continue.
It's because there's so little data out there that actually exclusifies EPA and to show those mechanisms.
Right. So there isn't data basically.
And so what I tried to do was show, okay, there's only a handful of studies out there that did exclusively EPA, and one of them was crappy. So it's not a very good data.
And the other ones were non-significant. The other ones didn't show benefit. Right.
Correct.
So the position would be no benefit, presumably. Like that'd be the most reasonable.
If that's the only study you're looking at, yes. So what I did was try to show, okay, what happens when you have EPA and increase the DHA? It tends to nullify the effects or blunt the effects, positive effects of EPA on cardiovascular health. So that has been shown in several studies. I showed three different studies.
No, two of them relied on the Reduce It study, which you dislike and you would throw out. And then one of them was an isolated study where we have pooled analysis of 19 studies from 16 countries and 45,000 people showing similar outcomes. So it's unfair to keep going back to that same point after we've already litigated it. Right. That's why I'm butting in now to clarify because because I don't want it to sound like, oh, this is fact when we've already discussed those in depth, and it seems that you at least agree to throw out two of them that you used in support of your position.
Okay,
so
let me rephrase it so it won't set you off on that.
Well, no, I just want to clarify, and you're not setting me off. I just want clarity here when we're discussing these, and I still had a bunch of points I wanted to raise in response to what you cited regarding cognitive health and all that, just FYI as well. I didn't get to that yet. Oh, He dropped out again. This connection's a serious problem. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'll just comment on some of this stuff while I wait for him to exit and come back in. But yeah, it's weird to accept the position or having a hard time accepting the position going against his narrative. That's not the part that is getting me. It's the keep on going back to the same claim when it's already been, I think, pretty well discussed and hammered home. But okay, so he just fully removed himself, and he'll come back in. So let's see. He should be in soon. Once he jumps back. How many people do we still have in here? Okay, back in. The internet's really fallen. Anyways, okay. Oh, it says did you just click share screen or something? Okay, anyways.
Yeah. To go to that. Are you done here, or you had more to share?
No. I still want to respond to your points about cognitive health because I haven't been able to do that yet. There were a number of claims that you made about the different mechanisms and everything that I still want to address.
Okay.
Right. So can you just unshare yours and in case I want to pull up mine? Or actually, I could even share over top, but whatever. So for one, you cited two reviews, both narrative reviews, and it's important to note that in them they looked almost exclusively at like animal, like rodent and in vitro studies, assessing different mechanisms that could be at play. This is important because I'm sure, or at least hope you'd agree that these types of mechanistic preclinical studies rarely actually translate to human outcomes at the end of the day. Would you agree with that?
As a broad view of all research, yes, totally.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one point why when we have mechanisms like that or can chart out like pathways and all of that, we ultimately need to test, does X like exposure or intervention lead to Y outcome in humans? And when it comes to like Alzheimer's, dementia, et cetera, we actually have clinical trials looking at that now, or just even cognitive function markers or specific scores and that sort of thing. And it seems to really depend on the for one dose, but then also the specific population that we're looking at. So the Schurzey's actually, Dean and Aisha Schurzey, along with one of their kids, actually, I forgot that they did that together, did a systematic review. So this is a bit different than the narrative reviews that you shared in that systematic review. They'll lay out specific criteria that they're going to look at, whether it's specific, humans only, whether it's looking at specific outcomes, certain exposures, et cetera. And in that, they found that the results really sort of depended on the population you're looking at. So if you're looking at an at-risk population, then you're more likely to see benefit. If you're looking at an otherwise healthy population, you don't really see much. And that's sort of what I said right from the outset. That's sort of my position on it. When you look at dosing, if you take a particular, I can double check the exact dose, but like a particularly low dose, not so much. I believe it was around 1 gram or so that you start to see benefit. And that's for total EPA and DHA, not just one or the other. And so when you're looking at the human outcomes, I don't think we can say that there's no benefit, and I certainly don't think we can show harm because none of these studies suggested harm, as far as I'm aware, in any of the clinical trials that we have, even in at-risk populations where you're more likely to pick up on differences in outcomes. So I'm wondering how do you square that with the mechanistic stuff that you've shared? Oh my God, you dropped again. Yeah, he just dropped again. Vegan Link says over 95% of animal studies do not translate to humans. It's about 95%. That is actually a little bit. Or wait, did he just come back? No, he didn't. I just want to make sure. That's a little bit misleading. I mean, I've cited that as well. Basically, that's how much actually translates to like approval, regulatory approval, for example, in drug development. And so that's like making it through several stages of human trials. If you look at just animal to like the early human trials, the translation's higher, but there could be a lot of reasons for that, and that's not necessarily the highest quality data. Okay. Okay, back in. I don't know where it cut out, but basically what I was asking was, when we look at actual trials investigating outcomes, we see either neutral effects or benefit, depending on, again, the specific intervention, specific population, et cetera. As far as I know, we don't really see harm in any of them. And same with if we look at omega-3 index and cognitive outcomes. And so, how, like, we can talk about these mechanisms, sure, but they should translate into outcomes at some point. And if we don't see that, how can you still hold to those mechanisms? Or do you have outcome data that overcomes some fundamental flaw of say, the data that was reviewed in the Shirzai's systematic review, which I believe I sent to you?
Yeah, which is why I was trying to explain some of the false positive, what I call false positives, is that when you like you just described, for especially brain function, you don't start to see health benefits until you get 1 gram DHA or higher.
No,
So
combined, not DHA specifically.
okay, well, you may be looking at different data that says that, but most of the data that I have read shows usually high dose DHA. Specifically, Lonza's pharmaceutical DHA, because they're trying to prove that effect. But all right, let me pull up.
Yeah, but I did send it to you, so hopefully you've seen it.
Yeah.
I can pull up the different like doses that they use just quickly. So they have combo supplement at about 1 gram, combo supplement at about 2 grams, but it was mostly EPA. They have 400
Common
milligrams DHA.
for fish oil, the common ratio is just slightly above EPA to DHA.
Yeah. I mean, and then there's some studies that are using solely DHA and some higher doses, like around 1 gram, but most of them are a mix. Actually, most of the ones used in this particular systematic review that I had sent are close to 50-50, if not even higher DHA in some cases. So, yeah, I mean, it's, and some of them actually had ALA in there as well, which they looked at. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, we're seeing roughly around like 1 gram total or higher is where I believe most of the positive outcomes were, give or take. I might be a little bit off on the number.
Okay. All right. Let's address the EPA versus DHA and high dose versus low dose.
Well, particularly what I would like to understand is why we don't see harm if what you're proposing is harm, right? Because we see neutral to beneficial.
Yes, and I'm trying to explain why that would be.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So let me share, and we'll walk through this and talk through this research. Let's see. Go. Okay. So the first one is a 2021 study. Supplementation with oil-rich EPA, but not DHA, improves global cognitive function in healthy young adults, resulting from randomized control trials. So in their conclusion, EPA supplementation improved cognitive function and was superior to the oil enriched with DHA.
So that was a meta-analysis, right? Or no, sorry, it was a review. Results from randomized controlled trials. Are they looking at EPA and DHA within the same trials or different trials? And if they're different trials, the same concern I raised with cardiovascular disease would apply there. Oh my, he dropped again. Well, I might as well pull this up, and then in the meantime, not DHA improves global cognitive. Whatever. See if that pulls it up. Okay. Here. Oh wait, so this was. Oh, so they actually conducted a couple randomized controlled trials. I see. So 360 refined olive oil. Okay, so while you dropped, I pulled it up just so I've got it now because I have
Okay, cool.
questions. But anyways, okay, continue.
Okay. All right. And these three studies go together with a theme, which then I'll address to try to explain why these three studies were important to me. Okay, so that was the first one. The second one is looking at depression, EPA versus DHA. So EPA is a 2009 study. EPA, but not DHA, appears to be responsible for the efficacy of long-chain polyunsaturated fatty acid supplements in depression. And this is evidence of a meta-analysis from randomized controlled trials. So the symptoms is 28 RCTs. So it's a fairly decent size meta-analysis. And they looked at symptoms of depression, and they were not significantly reduced in the three studies using pure DHA. Or in the four studies using DHA that was greater than EPA. Remember, we have that blunting, the apparent possibly may have a blunting effect of DHA on EPA's benefits. This
I mean, that
would
was
be
for a completely
also,
different outcome, though.
oh,
Completely
totally,
different. Yeah, so
totally.
I wouldn't say that translates over, but anyways, that I get the point that you're making.
Yes, that there may be some mechanism in which DHA is interfering with the benefits, both in cardiovascular health or in brain health, because we're seeing that. Once you increase the amount of DHA ratio to above 50%, we see a null effect of DHA on depression. However, symptoms of depression were significantly reduced in 13 studies using greater than 50% EPA. So you increase the EPA, woof, all the benefits start to come back. Or AKA, you reduce the DHA, you get benefits. And in 8 studies using pure ethyl EPA. So EPA, positive results. EPA in high amounts compared to DHA, positive results. DHA in higher amounts, null results. DHA in pure DHA, null results. Are we seeing a pattern here? That's what I'm saying
No, I wouldn't
okay,
say so.
let me go to the last study then. 2019 efficacy of, scroll it up. Oh, that's the bottom of the page. Okay. Efficacy of omega-3 PUFAs in depression, meta-analysis. So this is 10 years later. Compared with placebo, EPA pure demonstrated clinical benefits with an EPA dosage of 1 gram. Whereas DHA pure and DHA major formulations, combinations of EPA and DHA, showed no exhibit such benefits, did not exhibit such benefits. Again, these are multiple studies, 10 years apart, showing the same things. When you use EPA, you get benefits. When you combine it with DHA, the benefits disappear. To me, that's saying DHA is having a net negative impact on the outcomes. To me, null effect can hide detrimental effects. In this case, null effect would be, oh, okay, no big deal. This is not means nothing. But if you get positive effects with EPA eliminating the DHA using the EPA pure, now you get positive effects. So my question is, if we're giving people EPA and DHA, are they getting null effects because of the DHA? And if we gave them ALA or EPA, would they get positive results and positive outcomes? These 3 studies all show the same thing. Yes, when you have EPA supplementation by itself, you get positive results in cognitive function, in depression, even 10 years later. And these are using 2 of them are meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials, 28 RCTs. So the data is really showing a significant pattern here that when you use ALA or EPA, you get benefits. When you add DHA, it pulls back or inhibits the benefits that you could possibly get from ALA or EPA. To me, that's important for the lay consumer because getting null events is not going to scare anybody. But if you tell them you're going to get worse events by adding the DHA, well, that might stop them from wanting to take DHA. I know I would.
But I'd say your own sources directly refute that, and this is why. So for one, I want to very clearly state that I was talking about like Alzheimer's dementia risk, and the first study you mentioned is probably most relevant, but the depression is a different topic. That said, let's tackle the depression really quick. So DHA alone, for one, the 2019 meta-analysis likely covers all the studies or most of them in the 2009 one because it would just compile the data. So it's not really like two separate studies to the same degree. But anyways,
it's inclusive of more updated studies that
but including probably the ones that were in the older ones. So I think it's just a bit misleading to say, hey, two separate studies, 10 years apart, because the second study likely encompasses the first one. Right.
True, but it's a what do they call it? A Venn diagram. Yes, there are parts of those other studies.
Probably mostly if we were to
look. You can't say that.
We can pull them open if you want to look. If they have similar inclusion criteria, I have no problem doing that.
I think it's not important to the
okay. Yeah, it's not. I'm just saying unless they have completely different inclusion exclusion criteria, they're likely going to mostly, if not entirely, overlap, or at least the second one with the first. But anyways, when it comes to the findings here, DHA alone, so pure DHA was null, correct?
Correct.
Right. And it was basically spot on null. It was 0.001, like as close to spot on as you can get for null. Right. Standard mean difference 0.001.
Yeah.
Yeah. So DHA by itself, no effect, positive or negative. Now, mostly DHA, no significant effect either. Mostly EPA or total or EPA alone, beneficial effect for depression.
Correct.
You're using that to suggest that DHA was negative and is blunting the effect of EPA, but DHA by itself was bang on the null, right? So it's like saying that DHA is 0, EPA is 1, but somehow that makes DHA minus 1. Right, like it's not. So like you can't use that to suggest that DHA is negative when your own meta-analyses actually shows that DHA was null on its own.
That's what I'm saying. Comparators matter.
Right. Yes. But trials using DHA.
When you compare it, if you did a relative risk,
mm-hmm.
the relative risk of depression would be greater, if you combine these results, would be greater in DHA than EPA, correct? Because you have a lower impact of depression. You have a null, which is 0, which is up here. So this is better than this. I don't know how you're not seeing that.
But that's only relevant if you're comparing, if you're basically choosing whether to supplement DHA or EPA.
Correct.
Right.
That's my whole point of the whole video.
No, but you're claiming that DHA is a net negative when I'm suggesting that if people were to supplement, they supplement both.
If you could be just the same as everybody else dying of standard American diet, then you would be null. Is that a positive?
No.
Or is taking a supplement that improves your health outcomes, is that preferable? Do you want like everybody else? Or do you want to be better than everybody else?
Let's look at this. Okay. Let's say you were comparing, you're saying, let's say you want to build the argument that cantaloupe is a net negative because cantaloupe consumption is generally not associated with positive outcomes while blueberries are. Okay? And I'm throwing hypotheticals. There's actually some research on cantaloupe that is less impressive than other fruits, so it's relevant. But let's say that you were comparing those two. Would you then take the position that, hey, you shouldn't have cantaloupe because it's a net negative?
You're to use the fallacy argument.
It's not a fallacy. Which fallacy am I committing? Which fallacy am I committing?
apples to oranges.
No, it's not apples to oranges. It is. I will explain why it's exactly apples to apples. You're saying, hold on. Please don't take. Please let me explain. Please let me explain why it's not apples to oranges. Because what I'm comparing is you have one exposure with a positive outcome, one exposure with a null outcome, even though they aren't directly being compared. And then you're concluding that because the one has a null outcome, it is net detrimental, and we should choose the other one instead. My position is both are fine and this one isn't harmful. Now, let's move that to fruit. I'm saying I would take the position that both blueberries and cantaloupe are beneficial. However, if we look at research on cantaloupe, it might be null, whereas for blueberries, it might be beneficial. If you're consistent, you would suggest that actually we should not consume cantaloupe and we should instead consume blueberries because you're harming yourself by taking cantaloupe. That is directly an apples to apples comparison when we're considering the type of data. I'm just using it in a different context because I think it points out the absurdity of that position.
No, it does not.
So in that position, would you say that people should avoid? Or would you say that people should avoid cantaloupe then?
That is so far the wrong
comparison. It's really not. If you want it is really not.
Okay. All right. Can I explain why? I think it's
sure. Go ahead. Try.
Okay. Try. Lack of confidence there, brother. Okay. All right. ALA converts to EPA and then to DHA. They are one and the same polyunsaturated fatty acid. It's the body itself that does the conversion. What we're talking about in this instance is taking a preformed version of the same thing. ALA converts to DHA, but where does it convert? Why does it convert? Is it having negative effects in the form that it's being intaked? That's different than comparing two totally different foods with totally different properties, with totally different beneficial effects, totally different fiber, totally different polyphenols, totally different vitamins and minerals. These are one and the same thing. ALA can become DHA.
I will give you a better comparison. Okay, let's say we take, and there is data on this looking at like glycemic markers and stuff. Let's say we take bananas that are slightly green versus bananas that have become spotty, riper. The ones that have become riper are have more, we'll say, adverse effects on like postprandial glycemia and that sort of thing than the immature ones. Would you then go on to say that people should not eat bananas if they're spotty because they're harming themselves? Because by comparison, the less ripe versions are better. The same product, same nutrition.
Now that's a better example.
Yeah.
And I agree.
So what would your position?
Yes, I would not do that unless that's your goal or not concerned.
No. I'm not asking like what.
I don't think people should eat spotty bananas because of the high glycemic factor. I do anyway because I don't really care. But if I'm saying what I would do actually is not describe should or shouldn'ts. I would tell them here are the health outcomes if you eat that choice. Here's the health outcomes.
Would you say it's harmful?
You decide what was right.
So would you say it's harmful?
Well, it depends on what you're looking at. If they're more high glycemic because more of the sugars have converted to starches and to simple sugars. If you're a diabetic, that's probably not a good idea to eat overripe bananas. However, if you eat green bananas, that's actually resistant starch and can improve the health benefits of somebody who's diabetic.
Let's say average healthy person.
It's
average healthy
on the person. It's dependent on the health. Just the same with omega-3s.
So let's say average healthy person. Would you say it's harmful for them to consume a spotty banana? Because by comparison, a less spotty one is better.
It's better not to. Yes.
Would you say it's right? See, so that's a very different. With EPA, DHA, you can say for specifically depression, it's better to choose EPA over DHA. You can make that claim, and I have no real problem with it. But that is different than saying DHA is net harmful because the data shows EPA is better. And so what I is more clearly beneficial.
Here's the point that I think we're missing here is we're talking about people introducing preformed DHA. That is a difference. Let me explain.
So you're distracted, but I want to get an answer to this question because it is directly relatable. In fact, you said it was a much better example when I brought it up. In the case of a healthy individual, would you say that eating a spotty banana is not just, hey, not as good as resistant starch or a greener banana, but actually bad for you, harmful, net harmful.
What relevance does that have to EPA?
Because it's testing your consistency. I don't think this is a very consistent position. I'm seeing if you are consistent.
No, I don't have tomes of research showing negative outcomes with DHA.
Well, yeah,
compared
I mean,
with
so there.
bananas.
I mean, you haven't shown harmful.
If there was
evidence.
if there was a bunch of research showing how bad bananas were affecting brain, were
No.
affecting heart, it raised cholesterol, it increased oxidation, well then yeah, I would say keep away from those bananas.
I mean, we can point out mechanistic stuff to do with bananas as well if we wanted to. The point being, let's just hypothetically say that I mean the glycemia, postprandial glycemia, are already agreed on that. There's going to be less of the resistant starches, which have other benefits for like gut health, all sorts of things. Like there are certain benefits that you get from the green banana. And the point is that you're suggesting the neutral results for DHA are somehow evidence of harm for DHA because there's beneficial results of something that is earlier in that pathway of EPA. So my question is then, would you say that consuming a ripe banana is harmful to a healthy individual because consuming something earlier on, the resistant starch, rich greener banana, is perhaps more beneficial?
I get where you're coming from. Trust me, I understand the point you're trying to make.
But can you answer the question, please?
Well, it's because it's not a question that I'm presenting. It's an irrelevant question to what I'm
because
presenting.
You raised a point. I am testing whether that position is consistent. Now, generally speaking, when people refuse to answer these types of hypotheticals, it is because the answer cuts against their narrative. And so I want to see, are you consistent in
No, I don't think it's harmful, but I do think this is
inconsistent. So you're inconsistent.
No, it's apples to oranges. A banana is not the same as omega-3 metabolism. Which is extremely complex.
You use apples to oranges.
Please don't use these simple analogies to try to prove me wrong.
No, it's not trying to prove you wrong. I think you're
better than that, man.
No, I think your position is flawed.
Don't try to gotcha question. You're wrong because of a green banana. Come on.
Let's
stick with the studies.
Hold on. I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear in where I came from. I brought up blueberries and cantaloupes. You presented why that doesn't fit. Now, I understand what you said, and I actually agree that you made a good point there. So I shifted to something where it is literally the same product, it's just further downstream in the metabolism that occurs. And so I presented that as a more fair comparison. You agreed that it was fair. Now, only after backing away. Now, only after.
Not an accurate comparison.
It doesn't have to be an exact comparison. It has to be a comparison. Anyways, that's beside the point. Now, you acknowledged that was a better comparison. And then only after being asked to answer the question multiple times, to which you refused to answer, did you all of a sudden say that it is, again, apples to oranges when, I had already kind of transition to a more fair comparison by your own standards. So I just want to point that out. It is not simply a quote gotcha. I don't think you're presenting a very consistent argument, and that
you win the banana argument.
Okay, well, and then it applies to the DHA.
And can we get back to the EPA and DHA?
Yeah, I'm getting there. And then that applies directly to the EPA and DHA, where you're presenting a null finding against completely different, perhaps, comparators than the EPA. Hold on. Please let me finish. You're presenting findings on pure DHA or predominantly DHA as null versus predominantly EPA or solely EPA findings for depression in completely different trials for the most part against completely different comparators, and directly comparing the two, which is also inappropriate. But then that aside, my whole position or what you're responding to there had nothing to do with depression. I was talking about dementia and Alzheimer's for the most part. And even including in those with mild cognitive impairment. And I specified that where you most clearly see benefit is in at-risk individuals. You presented a 2021 study on EPA and DHA in healthy young adults. I don't suggest there's a benefit in that case. I never did. I was very clear about that. And so that doesn't actually refute, none of this refutes my claims about Alzheimer's and dementia. And then, of course, we can look at studies assessing biomarkers and so on, where very consistently you see associations with better cognitive outcomes for things like dementia. So it just doesn't seem like a very strong argument against the position that there could be benefit for some individuals who are dealing with early signs of cognitive decline.
Okay, so I guess to anybody watching, if I told you take EPA and let your body convert it to DHA, and you'll have beneficial effects for brain health, including depression. But if you added DHA to your supplement regimen, you would get no effects. Would you
They didn't
choose?
show that.
You said it got null effects.
No,
The DHA got
no.
null effects.
Okay, so what you have to do is, for one, with the EPA, there were far more studies, right? So for at least 50% EPA, there was 13 studies. For less than 50% EPA, or at least 50% DHA, there was 4 studies, and for sole DHA, there were 3 studies. So just based on statistical power alone, the EPA findings are far more powered. So you can't, and now just the differences in number of studies also suggest that there's no way it's the same studies in all groups, because it can't be, because there simply aren't enough there. So these studies aren't doing what you're saying. The doses could be very different. If you have a certain dose of EPA that might be beneficial and you add DHA to it, the DHA might do absolutely nothing. If you were to replace some of the EPA with DHA, maybe the results wouldn't be as impressive at a certain point. Again, we'd have to dive into the specific studies to know that. But this does not support that if you take an EPA supplement, add DHA to it, that all of a sudden is detrimental. It doesn't support that in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. You want to move on to some of the other studies that
AFib is particularly what I wanted to address.
Okay, there's 2, since we're on brain though, there are 2 really good studies, that one including a 2026 study that really came out just recently, and it's got a really cool novel mechanism of action. And I know you're not real big on mechanism of actions, but let's take a look at it anyway, because I think it's an interesting discussion point. Am I sharing?
Yeah, you're on.
Okay, but I got to share the correct one. All right. Let's see right now. Okay, let's do this one first. Okay. So the study is a 2021 study, and then I'll get into the 2026 study because there's a whole new mechanism of action that I don't think many people even are aware of. Why have the benefits of DHA not been borne out in the treatment and prevention of Alzheimer's disease? A narrative review focused on DHA metabolism and adipose tissue. So the fate of DHA, fish oil, and other DHA supplement has not consistently shown benefit to the prevention of Alzheimer's disease. Then it goes on to say dietary DHA intake by fish oil supplementation had little consistent effect to prevent or ameliorate. Yeah, you know that word. I have trouble with it.
Ameliorate.
Thanks. Ameliorate Alzheimer's disease. Next, it says the brain uptake of triglyceride DHA found in fish oil and algae oil, instead favoring LPC DHA created in the liver. This LPC DHA enters the brain via the MFSD2A transporter, which I've spoken about. The reduced dependence on dietary form with time suggests presence of other factors affecting DHA homeostasis. So dietary triglycerides are metabolically fated to deposit in adipose tissue, an organ that can provide rich and consistent source of DHA to tissues such as brain that outweighs dietary DHA in its triglyceride. Okay, while plasma DHA, and I know you referenced the Omega-3 index before. Plasma DHA increased by 200% Omega-3 index, red blood cell study. CSF, cerebral spinal fluid DHA increased by only 28%. Now, why is that? Why is there such a big increase? Because it's mostly the assumption here by the author is that most of that DHA is not affecting or accreting in a cerebral spinal fluid or the brain. It's going to the fat cells. While encouraging, it is not known, there's unknown whether CFS and DHA translates into the integration of DHA and functionality in key brain structures. The failure of this study to show improvements in hippocampal volume, brain volume size, gray matter brain volume, or performance, or on cognition results. So that's interesting. And then it says both studies found no relationship between peripheral and brain DHA status in Alzheimer's disease. So it's uncertain what this mechanism is of why DHA is not being increased in content of the brain. So supplemental DHA does not effectively prevent or treat Alzheimer's disease. There is no association between DHA and the serum and cognitive performance based on multi-different testing methods. Meta-analysis have found no benefit in omega-3 supplementation to prevent cognitive decline, cognitive elderly, or the prevention or treatment of Alzheimer's disease. No difference in blood DHA values between those with AD or cognitive controls and decline in controls. 25 studies assessing long-chain PUFA upon the cognitive performance of dementia showed basically no results. In agreement with systematic reviews, these analyses found no effect upon cognitive domains such as visual function or wider tests and cognitive assessments. I know this is a long one, but it's important because it's citing a lot of different references. No benefit, little benefit, despite effectively increasing DHA status in the blood. Dietary DHA increases plasma DHA levels, yet no significant differences in the rate of loss of cognitive function or brain volume versus placebo. So it's just as good as placebo. DHA supply of platelets is restored with triglyceride. It's irrelevant. Adipose tissue shows a considerable uptake of TAG DHA from LDL. So again, we're seeing LDL cholesterol shuttling this TAG DHA to the fat cells. So triglyceride DHA enriches fat tissues threefold more than forms that are made by the body in the liver. So we're basically, when we're consuming DHA, most, if not all of it, is going directly to the fat to be stored or alpha oxidized to be used as pure energy. All right. This goes on. This is a really good study, which you can see I've highlighted a lot of it too. And I think it's worth a read because it's a lot of citations in here showing really the net no response of DHA in brain function. All right, so let's get rid of that one.
Okay.
And,
well, I'd like to address some of those points there.
okay.
For one, like a lot of the mechanisms are, again, we've talked about that to death. We have to test them in outcome trials or prospective cohorts and so on. And there was a couple things that were mentioned there that actually pertain to outcomes. So one was the Omega-AD trial, double-blinded randomized controlled trial comparing placebo to the Omega-3 supplementation. And in that case, you're correct in that the overall result was null. However, in individuals with what would be classified as mild Alzheimer's disease, there actually was a benefit. And so that, again, goes back to what I said earlier, that early stages is where we see benefit. We don't see really clear benefit in otherwise super healthy people. We don't necessarily see benefit in people who are pretty far down the road of Alzheimer's disease. So there is sort of a sweet spot there. And that study actually does support that, which wasn't mentioned there. Second, in the meta-analysis, which you cited right afterwards, that was specifically talking about healthy adults, which again is not what I'm talking about. My point is that there are certain demographics where there might be benefit, and that is usually earlier signs or early stages of Alzheimer's disease. And so actually those references, well, one of them supports my claim and the other one doesn't really address my position.
Okay, well, I'm glad you brought up early onset dementia. Let me find that.
Are you looking up something right now?
Yeah, give me just a sec. Okay, here we go. Oops. Sorry. One moment, please. Really nice study on early onset dementia.
Are you pulling it up? It's not on screen. Or did you go out again? Are you frozen again? Oh no, you're still there.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
There we go. I was just trying to find it. There we go. All right. Okay. We share that particular one. This was actually posted on the Plant-Based News video.
Which one is it?
The 2025 study,
Mhm.
Omega-3 is inversely related to risk of early onset dementia. So you're talking about healthy people and referencing early onset dementia.
No, so I wasn't referencing early onset dementia. I was referencing early stages of dementia. Those are very
Okay.
different things. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
As you probably well know, ApoE4 can be a contributing factor to that.
Mhm.
See that, and especially if they're carrying 2 copies of ApoE4, they have a. And the mechanisms of action there. Let's just discuss that just for a second. APO4 is a genetic variation on the alleles that can result in people not converting ALA via the delta-6 desaturase enzyme down to SDA. It's the rate limiting step, the first step in the conversion process. I'm telling other people more than
Yeah, and I understand.
Okay, so this, if you have 1 or 2 copies of ApoE4, you can reduce your body's ability to produce the enzyme, the delta-6 desaturase enzyme, that we convert ALA down to SDA. So in this case, if people have that, then if you give them DHA, yeah, we can see a benefit there because they're already at a lower rate of conversion than other people of ALA down to DHA. So there may be some impairment there. So would a typical person consuming 1 gram or 2 grams of ALA per day might be sufficient to meet all your DHA needs, according to Adam Metherill and Professor Basnet. Their study on compound isotope research shows that, yes, there's a significant conversion reduction with ApoE4, and therefore DHA may be an interventional way to treat and get positive results. But again, you could possibly override that by 2 ways. 1, consuming much more ALA than the average person, and therefore, since it's a percentage base, if you increase the total intake, the percentage then of conversion, albeit smaller, may be sufficient enough to reach states where you're not resulting in negative impacts on the brain. Rather than skipping all the way down to DHA, you can also take SDA, stearidonic acid, which is bypasses that rate limiting step. This is the reason I sell omega-3 supplements, is because ahi flower, it's a unique seed oil that is the highest in SDA of any plant known in research. So by taking a higher amount of SDA is found in hemp, but there is no SDA in flax or chia. There's 8 times more SDA in ahi flower than in hemp. So there's about 25 to 30% of people have or estimated to have this ApoE4 gene, either 1 or 2 copies. So that's a significant group of the population that could be benefit from taking a omega-3 that is higher in SDA, so they bypass this rate limiting step and get a higher conversion. Now, it's mouse data, I'll give that, but the data is compound specific isotope data. So it's really tracing the exact thing that you're putting in the body and where it's going and what it's doing in the body. There is human data coming, hopefully this year. They were supposed to put it out earlier this year, but it's not yet, in humans that are basically replicating the same thing that they found in mice, actually to a better degree, because Dr. Basnet actually came on to talk generally about the study, since he can't disclose the results of the study, and found that humans actually convert more ALA to DHA than do mice or rodents. It used to be thought the opposite. It used to be thought that rodents are poor converters, so it's not a good example to use. This actually shows that they're worse than humans, so having positive outcomes to replenishment of DHA in mice would actually mean there's probably even better benefits in humans. So I don't like animal data, just to be clear altogether. I'm against animal testing. We can't cut open living people's brains and see how much DHA is in there. So they're working on different mechanisms to try to discover this. And I think the CISA method is a really cool method that is not as obviously invasive. Okay, back to this study, early onset dementia. So 2025 study, so recently, it's December 2025, so only a few months ago. Compared to participants of Q1, that's quintile 1, that is a lower dose of DHA, then those at Q5 of DHA showed significantly lower risk of early onset dementia. Okay, this is interesting because it does show a positive benefit, but only in the highest dose, which is what I was talking about, where you kind of, many of the studies, including this one, show you need to get about 1 gram of DHA before you start to see beneficial effects in this particular data. Let's just talk about this particular.
This wasn't a dosage though. This was they actually measured the levels in the body.
Correct. I'm sorry.
So we don't know specifically how much people would be consuming or anything.
Correct, but since and the average diet consumes about 1/10 of 1% of their omega-3s as DHA, we'll assume those higher amounts got there by exogenous sources.
Yeah. Just what I wanted to clarify was that between Q1 and Q4, even the dietary intake could have been extremely low, and then even in Q5, it's probably just typical dietary intake, not even necessarily supplements. It's probably more like those are fish eaters or something.
That's a good question, which is why they actually did a comparator to this to try to find out that exact thing. So not only were the associations stronger for plasma DHA for reducing EADs, but the lower, sorry if I'm not saying this correctly.
I think you meant to say that the non-DHA?
Non-DHA, right. That should be non-DHA. Okay. For reducing early onset risks. But the lower comparative EOD risk was at quintile 1. So the lowest quintiles of ALA, or I should say ALA and EPA, which is the predominant, showed benefits at quintile 1.
No, it didn't. You've written it wrong. Here, I'll just share my screen. I have it here. This is just so that you know I'm talking about the right study. This is the study from last year, or from actually February this year, but it was online prior to print last year. If we look at, so this is non-DHA omega-3, so that would be like the ALA and EPA. So Q1 was the reference, so it can't be below 1. It's literally the reference. And then Q2 was non-significant, slightly up. Q3 is where it starts to go down, and it kind of plateaus. It doesn't really further decrease after Q3. But if we look at DHA, it more or less linearly decreases to about the same amount at Q5 as the non-DHA. It was 0.63 here for non-DHA, 0.65 for DHA.
But you do the comparators at Q4 to Q4.
Yeah, so 0.77 to 0.59, sure, but huge overlap in the CIs. Like, you can't really confidently claim that one is going to be better than the other. And also, these, like, as they reflect dietary intake, it's not necessarily fair to be like Q1 to Q1, Q2 to Q2, Q3 to Q3, because we don't know how much these people were consuming, and chances are DHA intake is going to be far, far below ALA intake. Like, Q5 might be the only group that's actually getting a reasonable exposure to DHA intake, not necessarily in these lower groups. So it's hard, like, you can't really directly compare them.
And I think you can, but I think
how can you? Because if you're looking at two separate markers in the body that in one way, shape, or form can reflect dietary intake of various fats, right? Obviously to varying degrees, depends on genetics and stuff a little bit as well, you know, how they're metabolized, all of that. So, but then you can't be like, okay, so Q2 of exposure to DHA is the same or equivalent to Q2 exposure to ALA. And then Q3 exposure to DHA is going to be comparable to Q3 exposure to ALA. The chances are that as you increase from Q1 to Q2 to Q3 to Q4 to Q5, the amount of ALA being consumed, or the difference being consumed across those, is probably way bigger than the difference consumed across quintiles of DHA intake, because people just generally don't consume very much DHA. There aren't a lot of the population regularly consuming fish, for example. And then if you look at, like, even
there is a significant amount of people.
Sure, but not regular. Like if you look at the bulk of the population, most people aren't consuming fish multiple times a week, outside of maybe fried fish consumption or something. But that's not necessarily the best way to do it from a health perspective. And then if you look at, like, the actual tissue levels, I'm not sure what units those are, probably percentages. But if you look at, like, the highest percentage for non-DHA is over 3.06. Whereas for DHA it's 2.44, so it is a bit lower. Again, supporting that the exposure contrast is not as big. There's all sorts of, like, things that we can point to. I just don't think it's really fair to directly compare the two results. And even if we wanted to compare Q5 to Q5, highest levels of either, they're basically the same.
Okay, scroll up to the top for the title of the study.
Yeah, it's exactly what you showed on your screen.
Yeah, exactly. If you'll notice, one of the people that are signed on to this is Dr. Bill Harris.
Yep. Yep.
You're familiar
Absolutely,
with him.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, he's the co-inventor of the Omega-3 index, the blood study.
Yeah.
That measures blood in that.
Yeah.
He sits on the board of GOED, the global organization.
Wait, hold on. Are you going to try to say that this data is fraudulent or something?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Just want to make sure.
Okay. No, what I'm saying is he's got a ton of studies that he's signed on to. But if you can see, almost all of them are, just like the GOED's intentions, are to try to show a benefit for EPA and DHA.
Hold on. You cited this to support your position.
Correct. I'm showing that's exactly it. I'm showing, unfortunately for him, that he did an interview, wonderful interview, mea culping. He said we totally expected to have better results in the DHA group than the non-DHA group, but that's not what this study showed. So their motivation, the design of this study was to try to show positive effects compared to ALA and EPA.
It's not necessarily that it was designed to try to show that. Like, I can't see anything, and maybe you can point out something in the methodology that would suggest it was designed in a way that would hopefully produce those results. I think they designed it in a pretty fair way to test different fatty acids and how they would associate with risk. Obviously, they may have wanted a specific outcome. That's totally fair to say that they might have wanted that, but I don't think it was designed in a way to provoke a certain outcome. I think it was very fairly designed.
No, Dr. Bill Harris, for all of his trying to promote EPA and DHA, is very fair. He actually had Dr. Basnet on, and Dr. Basnet basically proved that the blood omega-3 blood index was wrong in that interview. And I'm watching Bill Harris's face, and he's like, "So you're saying that the blood test is not indicative of what's in the brain?" And Dr. Basnet said, "Yeah, 100%." And he was like, "Oh."
I never thought that it was necessarily reflective of what's in the brain, but it's reflective of dietary intake typically. Like that's basically what my position was on it.
I agree.
And then we can assess outcomes from there. But I would actually acknowledge that one of the big issues with most of the omega-3 index research is that some does, but most does not adjust for dietary quality, which I would like to see in there in future. So I think there are some problems with it, but it's kind of working with the best that we got right now.
So, I mean, if you look at the results of the study, not the statistical results, the actual commentary, the abstract. And their conclusions. A statistically significant inverse association was observed for total omega-3 as a continuous variable.
Mm-hmm.
So again, we're seeing that total omega-3 can improve the outcomes. That's what I'm saying is this DHA data is I think, hidden within positive outcomes of total omega-3 intake. And that's kind of what this study is showing.
They showed benefits for DHA and non-DHA, and in fact, they explicitly state this in the results as well about non-DHA. Like, they aren't hiding it. They said compared to participants at Q1, those at Q5 of non-DHA showed a significant lower risk, and we showed that below, right? Like they aren't hiding that. It's very front-facing.
Oh, totally agree.
Yeah,
no, it's not hiding it. It's just I don't think it's what they were expecting to find. Even in the interview, he says that. In the interview on Niche Ingredients, they interviewed him. They said, "Well, what do you make of the study?" He goes, sometimes you do studies and they don't provide the results that you think you are expecting to get, and this is one of them.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. I don't think it cast doubt on benefits of DHA for brain health, though, potentially.
No, which is what I'm trying. My overarching thing here was to point out, Dr. Harris, is that he has a motivation. Obviously, he sells omega-3 index blood tests that test specifically for EPA and DHA in their preform state through dietary inclusion. For them to have published a study that doesn't is, to me, a big win for me, because here you have somebody who sits on the board of GOED, who designed a study hoping to get proof that DHA is important so we can sell more of its DHA blood tests, which are the standard operating procedure. If you go into any doctor right now and you say, "I want to find out what my omega-3 stat is," they're going to give you an omega-3 blood test, a red blood cell test.
Yeah, but it's also not a DHA test, right? To be clear, it's EPA, DHA, and ALA, I believe, is in there as well. Like, it's the full-on, or ALA might not be, but it does measure EPA and DHA. Yeah, so it measures EPA, DHA, the percentage of each. And so it's not like specifically a DHA test.
No, but let's be clear here. Most people aren't really concerned with EPA. Most of the general population, they think DHA will help their brain, and that's why they take it.
I would actually argue that most of the general population is probably more just concerned with total omega-3. I don't think most of the population really knows the difference.
And hence fish oil. But
yeah,
when people call me about, oh, how much EPA and DHA is in your supplement, that's the kind of mindset that I get from the general public, which is they think that only EPA and DHA are relevant. They're not essential because our body can produce it. The only essential omega-3 is ALA. That's just a given. All right. The last study, and I want to on dementia, and I want to preface this, it's unique, and I'm looking forward to getting your feedback. So I'm just going to present the data and see what your thoughts are, and then I'll ask some questions for you about it, because I found it to be a fascinating study, and it's talking about what you've trying to been getting out of me the whole time, which is where are the studies showing negative effects of DHA? I get that. I totally understand. Okay, so let's go to that study. Okay. Do you mind if my voice is drying out? I'll grab a glass of water real quick and come back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You can take a look at the study here. It's a little bit long, but I'll get most of it up on there.
Wait, is this the study he's getting to? Association between omega-3 patient and cognitive adult. What did they do? I don't know if he sent me this one, to be actually honest. Maybe he did. Just scrolling through it on my own here real quick while he goes and gets a drink. Let's see what kind of omega-3. Maybe I'll share my screen while he's away. Go through it. Let's see what supplementation. And doesn't carry at least one meal. Several types. Oh. Oh, this is just omega-3 supplementation in general. Okay. And do they split by type of omega-3 supplement? No, it's just omega-3 supplementation. Weird. Let's see, do they? Yeah, I mean, it's several types. Fish, flax, krill oil. So I'm not sure how this could be pinned onto one specific kind. I believe I actually took a note of this one. See if I have it in my other notes here. Maybe not. Anyways, I guess we'll wait till he's back. I wonder if they look at DHA at all. Okay. Okay, I was just scrolling through it, but I'll send it back over to you. So now you've got screen share back.
Okay. Obviously, as you've seen, and I heard you talking about it, so sorry I had to association between omega-3 supplementation and cognitive decline. The conclusions of the study are omega-3 supplementation may be associated with accelerated cognitive decline in older adults, potentially through adverse effects on cerebral synaptic function. I think the interesting part that they measured here was this, the longitudinal FDG metabolism. So the brain obviously uses a whole bunch of glucose, a lot of it. It's a glucose hog. About 20% of the entire body's glucose intake is used by the brain. All right. So this association was not mediated by tau or amyloid beta deposition. So it wasn't that. It wasn't a proteomic, pathway that they're looking at, or gray matter atrophy either. So it's not pathological through proteins, tangled proteins, or gray matter atrophy. Instead, it was this that they showed differences in, and quite a significant difference in the brains. So accounting for 30%, over 40%, and 19% of the total effect of the decline. Okay, so there's a lot of things that can cause that decline. And of course, this is an associative study, so it could simply be dietary and have nothing to do with effect. It could be reverse causation, which is people who already have a bad diet and it's contributed to AD or dementia pathologies, take omega-3s to try to offset some of those things. So it could be the effect driving the usage of the omega-3 and be reverse causative. So I accept that as cause and effect. But the interesting that it stands out to me, if this was just purely associative, I would say, okay, it's probably those, and write this study off as one of those two things: reverse causation, or just simply associative and not correlative, or not causative. But because it measured this specific thing, and we kind of know that higher fat in the brain can lead to changes in brain energy usage. So we see this in high-fat diets. You probably saw this in your research and review of the keto high-fat diets. So the cells can tend to switch over from sugar use as energy creators of ATP to fat, driving ketones. And while the brain can use ketones, for sure, in extreme situations like starvation, that's not a preferential source. Glucose is. As a matter of fact, in ketone study, they show a cognitive decline over time because ketones can't provide all the necessary energy, only glucose can. So once you deplete glucose and its other secondary sources, then you actually start to decline. So ketones by themselves aren't sufficient to effectively, long-term, feed the brain. All right, we get that. So when you see, and this makes sense, that if you give the body a common food source and it's more common than the other, it may switch its machinery from glucose burning to fat burning for energy. We know that. It's pretty much across cells. This happens in the brain too as well. So when I looked at that, it says that the mechanism for which DHA getting to the brain and being utilized by the brain is different. So LPC DHA, created by the liver endogenously, actually is almost exclusively used as embedded into the membrane. It helps membrane fluidity, which is very important for the brain so that it can get all the nutrients, including glucose and its oxygen, et cetera, into the brain. So you need a good amount of DHA to create those gaps in the membranes to allow hyperfluidity. For the same reason, you don't want that in the heart, because membranes of the heart, if you get too much DHA in there lining the membranes, you get hyperfluidity in the heart. And we'll talk about that when we get to the AFib, because that's a very important mechanism. So DHA in its structural element, is designed to create fluidity on the membrane level. That's what it's structurally designed for. So when we look at tag DHA, though, tag DHA can be a little bit used by the brain, but almost exclusively used for its triglycerides and then metabolized for energy. So the DHA is alpha oxidized or beta oxidized and used for energy. So when you got tag DHA from supplements like algae or fish, then we see that actually maybe accumulating in the brain and not going into the brain and being used by the brain for energy instead. Basically, the brain says, okay, if it's LPC DHA, I'll put it into my structure. I'll make it structural DHA. That's what we need mostly for the brain to function properly. If it tag DHA shows up, I'll just use that for energy. Now I'm paraphrasing and loosely, and you can, I'll take any fair criticism on that at all. But when you get fat accumulating, it can switch the FDG into hypometabolism, switching the cells at the brain into fat burning instead of sugar burning. And that is the mechanism by which they're discussing why that there is with a shift in brain cells from sugar burning to fat burning, you're getting this negative effect on cerebral synaptic function. And they are describing that as the reason for the accelerated cognitive decline, because the brain cells being triggered by the tag DHA are switching to fat burning and therefore not producing sufficient glucose with people in dementia or Alzheimer's who would need even more, potentially more of the glucose to try to heal and repair itself. Okay, that's my take on this whole thing.
Okay. So, I mean, a lot of that was mechanistic, but I want to talk about the outcomes in particular. So, for one, in this particular study, they used, or they didn't classify what type of omega-3s people took, and they explicitly state that it varied and included plant-based ones like flaxseed oil. So we cannot attribute the results directly to DHA or EPA for that matter. It encompasses all the different omega-3 supplements. Second, they included people, once I go back down to the participants, they included people who were 55 to 90 years old, so especially expanding pretty far into an older demographic, including cognitively normal adults, older adults, individuals with significant memory concerns, and then also patients who are diagnosed with things like dementia or Alzheimer's and so on. Now, they did adjust for diagnoses, but they didn't adjust for, as far as their paper states, they didn't adjust for people with like memory concerns and whatnot. And so that is where reverse causation is a significant problem, because this wasn't a randomized controlled trial. They didn't necessarily adjust for all of these different classifications of individuals. And I would suspect that if people are starting to have some concerns with their memory, given what is reported and what they may hear, they are more likely to pick up a supplement perhaps to try to address that earlier than later, but they're already worse off to begin with. And so there could be a comparison of people who are worse off to begin with to those who maybe are better off to begin with. And so these are all...
Which I fully disclosed in the beginning.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that, like, I don't see this as being good support for concerns over DHA specifically for a number of reasons, because one, they didn't necessarily use DHA supplements. They could have used a variety. And then two, there's a real possibility of reverse causation here with very minimal adjustments, like no dietary adjustments, very minimal lifestyle adjustment. I don't even think they adjusted for exercise actually or anything like that.
If this didn't point out the longitudinal FDG hypometabolism, there wasn't real actual differences between the people, then I might say yes, reverse causation is probably. I like you probably would have dismissed this wholesale had this just been that. But because they looked at a very specific mechanism and described that as a potential mechanism for the difference, because they did not see pathology difference, They did not see atrophy difference. What they saw is blood glucose difference,
Yes,
brain glucose
sure.
difference.
But is omega-3 is omega-3 supplementation the only thing that could cause that?
No, saturated
Right.
fat can do that as well.
So there's a bunch of stuff that could have caused it. It's not even just dietary. There are other factors, and I'm not sure if there's any. There might be. I'd have to look into this mechanisms regarding like people who are already having cognitive decline because of some issue that might contribute to that. Like there's a lot of potential confounders there, and again, I don't see how we
Totally.
can pin that on DHA specifically.
Okay, totally. So let me read this then. It's an AI overview. Again, take it with a grain of salt. So while DHA is generally known to have neuroprotective benefits, no doubt about that, it's antioxidants, anti-inflammatory, its properties are there. That's why the body uses it for the brain. But some recent evidence suggests that excessive or improper supplementation specifically might be associated, I'll take it at that, be associated with accelerated cognitive decline and lower brain glucose metabolism in specific and potentially vulnerable populations. And 5 citations.
Yeah, but like, what are those citations? I would suspect that some of them are probably rodent studies. I'm also not clear on what they would define as excessive or improper supplementation. Like I've already kind of noted what my thoughts are around dosage and comparing it with EPA versus alone and like all of those things. So again, like you said, it's an AI overview. These things suck half the time, especially when it comes to research. So I just wouldn't put much stock into what that has to say, really. There's a lot of details that we'd have to parse out by going through the references.
And one of those details, which you just mentioned, it could be, is they said all omega-3s, total omega-3 intake too. So I said, well, all right, what effect does ALA have on? Because ALA is taken up by the brain as well. We see that in both metabolism and function, anti-inflammatory benefits, neuroprotective benefits. We also see ALA increases brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF. So DHA increases BDNF, but so does ALA. ALA doesn't increase BDNF as much as DHA, but that may not be necessary. You can just change it by its overall effect by dose. Okay, so when we look, here's a 2024 study, omega-3 blood biomarkers relate to brain glucose uptake in individuals with risk of Alzheimer's disease. Given that, now this is a good one for you, for your camp of naysayers. Given and I included it here because I want to be totally transparent in our discussion and stick with the research, that blood DHA was unrelated to glucose uptake in our study. Okay, unrelated could mean doesn't increase it, doesn't decrease it. I'm not sure what they're referring to there. On the other hand,
unrelated would just be no statistically significant association, is what they like to mean. Yeah,
correct. On the other hand, we report a direct, significant, and independent association for ALA and preserved glucose uptake. And it's even stronger in those with ApoE4. So improving ALA actually improves FDG. So that makes me curious. Even if you had total omega-3 intake, if we see ALA actually improving it, well, then why would we see DHA not showing improvements in it? Again,
this is one mechanism of many. No, it's just one mechanism of many potential. Like that's the right. That's why I'd prefer to focus on outcome data, which is where we started, right? Like we can go through mechanisms ad nauseum for all sorts. Like I could very easily also have just listed out a bunch of mechanisms that DHA may be able to contribute to that ALA can't, but I just don't see the purpose of doing that when we have outcome data, which we can discuss. That's why I haven't really gone there. I just don't find it all that compelling or interesting, given that it rarely translates, right? We have to test the translation. It's just generating hypotheses.
I get it. Yeah. To me, this was a fascinating study, a new mechanism of action. I found it very interesting.
But do you agree that most mechanisms fail when actually tested, whether they translate to outcome?
I don't know that you would call them failing. I think there are negative feedback loops, there are adjustments to the
Well,
body
sorry. What I
rate,
mean,
there are lots of
just to
different.
clarify, what I mean is when you see something, like let's say you give something
Yes,
to an individual, or you expose cells to something, or you give it to an animal, or you even test a mechanism in a human, and you see that this particular pathway is activated, okay,
yeah,
or the specific receptor is bound to and activated.
yeah,
And that could downstream, because of these pathways that exist or what have you, could result in this outcome that is of interest, whether that's lower dementia risk or whatever. Most of the time, when it's actually tested, whether that exposure leads to that final outcome, most of the time it fails. It doesn't actually improve that outcome. Would we agree there?
I don't know that most is a lot
Well, I mean,
for.
it's about, I'll give you the number. It's about 6.9. If we look at like drug development, for example, it's about 6.9% that actually translate all the way through. From
That's a drug. That's
no,
a drug.
but that,
That's very
but that,
different than nutritional
well,
outcomes.
well, but when it comes to mechanisms, it is very relevant here because what drugs do is they target specific mechanisms, right? You're targeting a very specific mechanism. You're either activating it or suppressing it, or what have you, depending on what the interest is. And then you're seeing if it results in the outcome you're suspecting. And the actual translation is single digits. And that's consistent whether we look at like in vitro studies or preclinical, that sort of research, or if we look at animal studies as well. The translation is exceedingly poor. And there's not a good, like, now we might not necessarily have that same level of data for nutrition because we don't normally study nutrition interventions in animal models and petri dishes first. We might study a specific component as it pertains to nutrition in that context. But as far as like, if it was the case that mechanisms ultimately translate to outcomes, we would see it more often in drug development because they are specifically targeting a mechanism. But the fact of the matter is, bodies are more complex than individual mechanisms. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of mechanisms that can be affected by any single intervention. And that's why we have to look at the net outcome at the end of the day.
Correct. And the net outcome in this study was the conclusion. That's what they described. Not me. This is not my opinion. This is verbatim
Right.
from the study.
Sure. But again, in that study, that included non-EPA or DHA supplements. There's no characterization of which supplements that they were taking. There is real potential for reverse causation. There's minimal adjustments. These are like, yes, you can say, hey, this looked at an outcome, but we still then have to judge the study on the quality. What did it actually account for? What didn't it account for? Is it consistent with the broader evidence base? We have to consider all of these variables, and I would consider that one to be of particularly low quality given no randomization, minimal adjustments, et cetera. And on and
No,
on.
I don't share this study to come to any conclusions.
Yeah.
I share this study is looking at all the preponderance of evidence of all these things, LDL cholesterol, oxidation, impacts on all the way across the board. That's what I'm trying to do is show, hey, there's this, and it's consistent across the board that this particular form of DHA can and may have negative impacts on the human body through all of these different mechanisms, whereas consistently ALA and EPA do not.
No,
And
but
that's
they can
important.
they can have negative, like, again, I choose not to because I just don't think it's all that important. But we can talk about like the bleeding risks with EPA, and so like there's all sorts of mechanisms that we can speculate about. But I just don't care to because again, it doesn't translate. If we have outcome data, let's focus on the outcome data, which is actually with AFib we have outcome data, which is what I've wanted to discuss for a bit now.
Okay, let's do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, so for starters, we see that in a few trials, particularly, actually, maybe I'll pull this up and we'll share it as we go. Um,
Oh, sorry.
no, I've got it here. It's for AFib. I'll share. So for AFib, we see that in meta-analyses, let's pull it up here. Particularly high doses, we're talking like basically 2,000 to 4,000 milligrams, give or take, 1,800 to 4,000. We see pretty clear, consistent risk. Around 1,000, we might even see a bit of a risk, although each individual study is null. So we see that there could be a risk at, we'll say, 1,000 milligrams plus, possible, right?
Mhm.
However, one thing to note is that in almost every single one of these studies, the arrhythmia findings or the AFib findings, they're exploratory analyses. Do we agree there? They weren't the primary outcome.
Okay.
Right. Right. They weren't designed to test that. That was something that they did additional analyses for and saw an association there. So there's
Yeah,
one study.
it's generally not common for studies to be funded that look for negative outcomes.
Okay, but no, no. But what happens is in the case of EPA and DHA is they've done these studies. They identify that, hey, there's a signal here. We should further look into this, based on exploratory analyses. And then they did exactly what you're wanting them to do. They actually conducted a randomized controlled trial specifically designed and powered to detect differences in atrial fibrillation risk. And in this study, they did not find risk. Mind you, they didn't find that it prevents. So that was their conclusion. These findings do not support the use of these supplements to prevent AFib because it didn't prevent it either, but didn't end up being associated with a significant increase in risk. Now, of note, this was a bit of a lower dose. It was about 800 milligrams total. So it was a little under 1,000.
Wait,
460 EPA,
wait,
380.
total. We're talking 380 milligrams of
Yeah, the
DHA.
380 DHA and 460 EPA, which is right around like kind of actually the higher end of what's typically recommended. Like if we look at even pregnancy, where it's arguably more consistently recommended, it's like 2 to 300 DHA typically. So this is even a bit higher than that. So it's not like people need to go sky high with it or anything. But this is pretty consistent with a typical supplement, and it was not associated with greater AFib risk. But all of that aside, so like basically exploratory analyses, typically higher doses where we see risk, we'll say at least 1,000 plus. Um, we don't see this, as far as I'm aware. Maybe you have a study that you can share. I have never seen this in a DHA only study, but I have seen it in EPA only studies. So this might be a case where actually EPA might have adverse effects as far as AFib, but DHA might not. Um, so because in the video with PBN, you claimed numerous times that it was DHA specifically, but then why do we see it in EPA only studies, and why have we not, at least as far as I know, seen it in any DHA only studies?
Good question. I apologize, but I'll have to take a bathroom break.
Okay.
We've been we're
Yeah.
over 3 hours now, so I do have to. I'll be right back, and then we'll
Yeah.
jump in AFib.
Sounds good. And then I'm gonna have to probably go after AFib just because we've been going for a while and I got things to do. But anyways, yeah, just the vegan link saying y'all need to address Dr. Greger's position on this. You mean on omega-3? I'm not sure. Um, not sure what his current position is on that. Again, like my position isn't that, isn't super strong. Like, hey, we absolutely need to supplement. It's absolutely beneficial. I think there's potential for benefit in certain populations, certain subgroups, and I just think a lot of the claims around harms are just not well supported, and that's where I take a bit of issue. Let's see. Oh, there's a bunch of comments in here. Holy, I guess we've been going for a while. I have a great talk with Dr. Campbell as well. Okay, so more coming out. You filmed a lot. That's funny. Um, okay. No other questions though in there right now. I figured I would have maybe addressed a few if there was some, but not seeing any in the chat. I think it's the longest stream I've done by a mile. How many people do we still have? I can see like total views. Oh, concurrent. I see. Okay, so we still got some people in here. Haven't lost everybody yet, even though we've been going for what time was it? It was 10. I don't know what time it is right now. Is there evidence of unique benefits to DHA over ALA? I think that's an outstanding question. Potentially, uh, if so, probably in certain subgroups. But that's something that I would like to see further investigated. I have some study design ideas if anybody wants to fund them, then fund them. But it's an area that still needs to be investigated a little bit further. Like maybe I should go into the washroom too. I'm going to go really quick since he's not back yet. Stuck around for a bit, and then I decided to also go because might as well.
Fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Not good to hold it too long.
Yep.
Okay. Let's dive into AFib. I know you already started with that particular meta-analysis. But before I jump into the studies, I want to talk about your favorite mechanism of action.
That we have to test, of course.
Yes, absolutely. And the outcome data will follow. Again, I think mechanistic data is important for understanding the why and how, but not understanding the outcome.
Yeah. So I would say it tells you why something may occur, but doesn't tell you that it does indeed occur. Right?
Or that other things don't.
Like we can know whether something occurs without having to know how it occurs. But we can't tell whether it does
100%.
occur based on a mechanism of why it might occur.
Right, which is one of the arguments I have of people showing me DHA studies that show, oh, this one shows an increase the brain. And sure enough, I look at the study, it's over a gram of DHA, and I know the mechanism of action that DHA can actually, through reverse inhibition, cause the body to produce less DHA of itself at the liver, which is the LBC, the kind that the brain needs, which is not a good thing. But oh God, I lost my train of thought there. Oh, where was I?
Whatever. I don't think it's all that important. Like,
all right, all right. The accretion or the accumulation of EPA was actually the cause of the benefits, not the DHA itself. So an indirect mechanism via an inhibition feedback mechanism. So taking high amounts of DHA didn't yield the positive brain effects. What if it was the DHA causing a higher increase of EPA, which then caused the benefits of the brain health? So that's what I'm saying is there a direct reference? And that's why mechanisms of action are important to understand, because the assumption might be, hey, take more DHA over a gram, B, you get benefits in brain. Awesome. Everybody should take more DHA. Well, wait a minute. If the mechanisms are that the DHA is increasing EPA and the EPA is having the benefit, then the direction should be take more EPA and forget about DHA. So yes, outcome data is important, but also the mechanisms of action are important because they may tell you something that the end user should be doing, which is exact opposite of what the assumption from the results of the study.
No, I think that is the assumption that the mechanism would explain what you should be doing in that case. You'd still have to test it. You still have to test 100%. The mechanism to showcase
100%.
Because there could be this one mechanism that you're aware of, but there could be 17 other mechanisms working in a different way that compensates for that, right? Totally. So you need to know the net result. That's why, like, I'll give you an example. If you were to take 1,000 people and split them in half, randomize them, one gets some kind of exposure, one gets, whatever, a placebo, and then literally everybody in the intervention group dropped dead, like within 5 minutes. You don't need to know how that happened to indeed say that happened. However, if you were to point out that, let's say we didn't know that outcome yet, and let's say you found that, this intervention we're giving has this specific compound that could theoretically, it could affect this pathway and convert into that, and that could potentially be toxic in high amounts or whatever. You couldn't necessarily conclude that it would be harmful because it might not be enough. There might be other compensatory mechanisms that take place. Like, there are all sorts of things that could happen. Just like, exercise raises inflammation. Therefore, exercise is bad. No, it's not, because the net result is positive because of all of the mechanisms that come together to yield that positive result. So just to clarify, like, why I'm not all that interested in diving into mechanisms, but obviously you can go ahead and do so.
Yeah. Oh, I 100% agree with you. Nothing you said I disagree with in that statement. We're on the same page of that. What I like about mechanistic data is it shows us some pathways of activation that are going on that we should consider in our approaches and recommendations. Because if those pathways are telling us that it's a different reason than what we're assuming from the outcome, then we can give better directions to the people who might be taking those actions, like taking EPA instead of DHA.
Right. If it were tested and then demonstrated to be that.
100%, 100%. The mechanisms are to raise questions.
Yes, exactly.
Not causality, not conclusions. They are to say, hey, wait a minute, this mechanism is going on. Okay, let's test that specific mechanism.
Yeah, exactly.
See if it's that. 100%. We're totally on the same page. Okay. All right, so let's establish some facts, some knowns. DHA is known to increase membrane fluidity due to its chemical structure. Its actual physical chemical structure helps membranes transport fluids cross membranes. Well, that's one of its main functions in the brain. It's important to have that. That's why the brain has 4,000 milligrams of DHA in it, because it's lining all the membranes and it's allowing for transport of materials into and out of the brain. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that largely applies, as far as membrane fluidity, largely applies to like most unsaturated fats in general, DHA being one of them. But when it comes to the brain, yes, DHA is particularly concentrated there.
Yeah, because it's incorporated in the brain. It's
Yes.
structure. It's
Yeah.
not just an effect by the PUFA, but it's actually embedded in the structure of the PUFA. And that's why it helps with the transport. I don't know if you can pull up any of the images, or I guess I could pull up the image on the LPC DHA in the membrane. And
I don't think it's necessary.
okay, not relevant. All right. Well, it's relevant, but not necessary. Okay. In atrial heart cell membranes, increased fluidity has been associated with the onset of atrial fibrillation. Now, this so far has been identified through two various mechanisms. One, mechanical, which is hyperfluidity of the membrane allows for like a, I hate to say it this way, like a waterbed effect. The brain needs a certain amount of rigidity in its surrounding membrane so that it can pump, it can squeeze. It needs that rigidity in order to do that. So a specific amount of fluidity is necessary to create that rigidity. Too much or too little of that can cause hyperfluidity, which then would allow it to not squeeze as rhythmic as possible, hence arrhythmia. So we know that LPC-DHA is not taken up by the heart tissue, and that the heart does not convert ALA to DHA. Okay, so those are kind of important because the brain can convert ALA or tag DHA or EPA to DHA in the brain. It can do that. The heart does not. We agree with that?
I'm not entirely sure, but I'll sure.
Okay. Okay. All right. So
because I'm actually seeing on a quick search that LBC-DHA is taken up by heart tissue, but it's less selective for it than
yes,
tag
it's
DHA.
very minimal amounts, just like minimal amounts of tag DHA is actually used by the brain, but it's used more for energy resources than structural like LPC is because of the methylation.
How much do you mean by minimal though? Like, again, I'm just briefly looking at this.
I'm just quoting from the studies that they use the word minimal. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Well, whatever. I'm just clarifying. That's fine.
Okay. So DHA, particularly when taken as a supplement, can potentially disrupt the delicate balance of membrane fluidity, leading to an increased risk of arrhythmias like AFib.
So that I disagree with because I haven't seen that shown anywhere that DHA specifically increases AFib. Like, right? So this is, again, it's taking the mechanism and then concluding that the outcome takes place without actually showing that the intervention leads to the outcome.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
Okay. So the heart has, these are quotes from studies, by the way, just so I just didn't want to list every single study in here because I got 14 pages on here already of studies. The heart has no capacity to convert plasma-derived ALA to DHA. So this is part of the endogenous regulation. So the body wants to make sure it gets only specific forms of omega-3 to specific tissues. I think, and what I have read in this research shows a significant uptake of EPA by the heart muscle, whereas DHA is minimal unless it's preformed tag DHA. We'll get to the reasons why in just a second. Okay. The heart and surrounding cardiomyocytes are able to take up circulating ALA and elongate it to EPA, but not DHA. Now that's really important. Why would the heart, when other tissues like the brain, the adipose, the liver, can all convert ALA all the way to DHA, but the heart specifically only elongates to EPA? That's an interesting fact, so just keep that in mind. LPC-DHA in the liver is not used by the heart and does not cause AFib. No studies have ever shown LPC-DHA relationship to AFib. None. Unless you can show me one that does. And
I haven't seen any for free DHA either.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Free DHA.
Or tag DHA. Sorry, I was reading off there. Anyways, whatever. You get what I'm saying.
Free DHA can be liberated from adipose made in the liver on an as-need basis in the exact amounts required for the body by each organ, for each gender, for each individual, for each health condition. So the body has an extremely eloquent way of regulating the amounts of each of the 6 forms, ALA, SDA, ETA, EPA, DPA, DHA. And by and large, the body will convert all the forms fairly well, except for DHA. It shows a much less or much tighter restrictive and regulatory control over the total amounts of DHA in the system. Now, why the body does this? I have my theories, is because of all these potential negative effects when you have excessive amounts of DHA in the body. Now, the body also does this with arachidonic acid. It will not convert LA or GLA or DGLA to ARA more than it needs. So the study, and you probably used it in your white paper, your study on omega-6, that both omega-6 arachidonic acid and omega-3 DHA are very tightly regulated and controlled. And you can make your own theories on why that is, but it's been clearly demonstrated not only in humans, but in other animals, including dolphins, which the comparative study I know you didn't like, and you were talking about animal comparison data, but that wasn't the case at all with that particular study. That wasn't the reason for showing it. So we have a situation where tag DHA is readily absorbed by the heart and bypasses the endogenous regulation by the heart and goes into the heart and can cause excessive fluidity and therefore an irregular heartbeat, including AFib. That's why I think we only see AFib in 1 gram or higher dosages. It's getting so much DHA in the bloodstream that it's affecting the heart. It's being absorbed by the heart. Remember, the heart utilizes tag DHA. The body only pulls tag DHA out of the fat on an as-need basis for the heart, when it needs it, in the exact amounts it needs. When we dump, through diet or supplements, preformed tag DHA into the bloodstream in higher levels, it can be readily uptaken by the heart thinking that the body released that amount, so it must be right, must be the right place for it, and then the heart becoming too fluid, the membranes getting hyperfluidity, resulting in AFib. This is why this endogenous regulation, give the body precursors and allow it to decide what form of DHA is best for the brain. LPC, okay, shuttle the DHA to liver, create the LPC DHA, minimally affecting the heart, positively affecting the brain. It's dominantly the amount of the DHA used by the brain. Perfect. Now, if the heart needs some, go over to the fat and liberate some of the triglyceride or free DHA and allow that to the heart, but only in the amount the heart needs to prevent hyperfluidity and further arrhythmia. This is one of the reasons why I am so strongly concerned about people taking higher amounts of DHA. Okay, so let's get into the studies. The first one is a meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials. Is this the one that you
No,
Just
the
okay.
one I cited was newer, but it's going to be the same issue where none of them were DHA alone, and they were all combined. And then we also have data on EPA alone causing AFib, whereas we don't have data on DHA alone causing AFib.
And I'll address that in a second. So first things first. So this resulted in a 37% increased risk of AFib. Okay. So the results of the meta-analysis of individuals with high risk for or established CVD, O3 supplementation, omega-3 fatty acid supplementation have a significantly increased incidence of AFib. We also found no heterogeneity and no small publication bias. Then on the second one, this study is a 2021 study, also a systematic review and meta-analysis, found up to 49% increase of AFib. And then the third study is a systematic review and meta-analysis, 2017, and it showed that AFib increases heart attack risk by 63%. So, when I started first talking about, hey, several meta-analyses have shown increase of AFib when taking omega-3 supplementation. Since 90+% of omega-3 supplementation is fish oil, we can assume that it's EPA and DHA combined. And then your question back to me is, well, is it EPA? And then you cited the study on EPA and DHA. So let's address the study. Where is it? Okay, so this is the study that you questioned me. Was it higher DHA?
But this is dementia. I want to stick on AFib if we can. That I saw. Yeah, like you haven't addressed whether it's the DHA there.
Right. Let me find it.
And then I'd also like to understand what your take is on EPA only trials showing AFib. How is that the case if it's not EPA?
That's exactly what I'm looking for right now. Let's see if we can find that. Pregnancy, sedation, B, vascular. Here's the reference set to EPA. Okay. Something out. Particle size. Here we go. Okay, number 9 in your list, AFib concerns. Okay, so I looked at your study, and I did not see where AFib was mostly attributed to EPA. In the 2 studies you shared, and in the second study that you shared 2 studies with me. I read them both. And in the second study, it says, this is a quote directly from that study, EPA levels were not associated with incident atrial fibrillation.
Let me see which ones I sent you specifically. I have the first one. Let me see the second one. Okay. No,
okay,
I got it here. Yeah.
The biomarkers. In multivariable analysis, EPA levels were not associated.
Yeah. So that was in vivo levels. Yeah. So a couple things. For one, when it comes to supplementation, the point is that in the available studies, presumably you would agree, EPA alone or EPA plus DHA interventions have been shown to be associated with AFib. Typically in exploratory analyses, but right in all the trials that have shown that, it's either been EPA alone or EPA DHA combined, correct?
Can you show me the EPA alone?
Yeah, reduce it. I'll pull it up now. And as far as I know, because I know mineral oil is a problem when it comes to the cardio, like the MIs and whatnot. As far as I know, that doesn't cause AFib unless there's other, or sorry, doesn't prevent AFib, so it wouldn't skew the results there. Yeah, so this is the what is it? The Reduce It trial. The author Albert. In this study,
you and I both don't like this study because it was poorly designed.
Was this the no, sorry, this is the vital rhythm. No, so the design issue is the comparator, right? Sorry, one sec. I pulled up the wrong one. I'll be 1 second. The issue that I have is the use of mineral oil placebo because that might adversely affect lipids.
I agree.
Right? Okay.
Agree.
However, the omega-3 supplement, while that ended up showing benefit for cardiovascular events, it was also associated with higher AFib. And as far as I know, mineral oil doesn't directly affect that. But I'm just pulling it up because I have the wrong link there. Okay, here it is. So I'll share it now. What? This one. Okay. This should be correct. Or is that my, oh, that's my full page. Oops. 1 sec. There you go. Okay. So this is the Reduce It trial. And you see that there was a statistically significant, about a 60% increase in AFib risk, or hospitalization for AFib or flutter, rather. And that was with the EPA alone, right? No DHA given here. And there was a higher...
Can you pull up the study and show me where the...
Yeah, it's right here. Right here. The Reduce It trial.
Okay, I'm not seeing it. Let me stop sharing and you can share.
Yeah. Okay, so you have this, you have the title here?
Reduce It? I can look it up.
Well, so are you not seeing it on your screen? I'm sharing it right now. That's what I want to...
No, I'm not.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. I'll try it again. 1 sec.
Maybe it was sharing the wrong document.
Nope.
Okay,
so is it... Okay, it's the same thing. Anyways, so this is the Reduce It trial. Yeah. And then if you look at the ethyl, the icosapent ethyl, the EPA group, had a higher risk of hospitalization for AFib or flutter, 3.1% versus 2.1%, so about a 60% relative increase.
Was that statistically significant?
Yeah, p-value 0.004.
Ooh, just barely.
No. 0.04 would be just barely. Yeah, right. We're talking the chance of getting this finding, provided the null was true, is like 4 in 1,000.
I understand. Yeah.
It was quite significant. So right. So
3.1% versus 2.1%.
Yeah, in absolute terms, I mean, absolute rates of AFib are low in virtually any study you look at. Like, you can look at any of the studies you've cited, the absolute rates are going to be in the single-digit percentages. A relative increase over, I mean, this wasn't even that long of a study. I can't remember how many years exactly, but it's not like decades here. Of a few percent is meaningful. It's enough, and it was statistically significant. Right. So we can't just downplay the results because the absolute rate over a small period of time wasn't that high. The fact of the matter is, the intervention, which was EPA alone, increased risk of AFib in this particular trial compared to placebo. Now, we also have studies where EPA and DHA are combined, and we see an increase in AFib risk, particularly at high doses, strength trial, et cetera. But as far as I know, we have never seen that with DHA alone. I don't even know if that's been tested with DHA alone. So I would perhaps stop short of saying absolutely 100% certainty that DHA doesn't contribute, but in the findings that we have seen, we can pretty confidently suggest that EPA is a contributor.
When I would actually use that study for my argument to say that, okay, when your EPA when you're EPA alone in a study, you get about a 1%.
No, it's about a 60. So you were using relative risk before, right? So when you cited all those stats on your paper, 37%, 40%, whatever risk, those are all relative percentages. If we use the relative risk, so if you want to do apple, right? You were concerned about apples to oranges before. If we're using apples to apples comparisons, it's a 48% greater risk. Now, if we look at EPA DHA mixes in the strength trial, the relative risk is 69%, but the absolute was 2.2% versus 1.3%. So it's, again, about an absolute 1% difference. In the OMEMI trial, which was a combination as well, mind you, this was post-MI, higher risk group, the relative risk was actually about 90%, but the even baseline absolute risk was much higher. It was like 6.5%. And then in the Vital Rhythm, the one study that was specifically designed to answer this question, it was not statistically significant. And again, no studies on DHA alone. So it is totally unfair to now try to say that, oh, the absolute risk was relatively small, so let's not worry about it. The fact of the matter is, we have evidence for EPA alone, but we do not have evidence for DHA alone causing AFib as an outcome. Do we agree with that?
No, but we have what we have is mechanistic data of how DHA works
for outcomes, for actual studies looking at AFib, do we agree that we have data showing that EPA can contribute to AFib risk, but we do not have data specifically showcasing that DHA contributes to AFib risk as an outcome?
That is correct.
Yes. So at this point, what we can do is speculate about mechanisms, which may or may not pan out depending on whether or not they are tested, eventually tested. Because again, not a lot of supplements are DHA only anyway, so I don't know what the relevance is, but let's say they could test that. And then we will have a better answer as far as DHA alone. But as it stands, if you're going to raise concerns about DHA, you have to raise those concerns about EPA, and probably more strongly so because we actually have evidence for that.
Because we have one lone study that showed a minimal amount increase.
No, it's not a minimal. It was a 50% roughly increase in relative risk, which is more than at least two of the meta-analyses you shared. Right, more than two of them. And yet you were citing those as concerning figures. You have to cite reduce it as a concerning figure then if you're consistent with that. Otherwise, you're basically inflating results you like and deflating results you don't like. And then we have to address them fairly. And so again, as it stands, if you're concerned about DHA, you have to be concerned about EPA when it comes to AFib. It's unfair to only pin it on DHA.
I look forward to the time in which they do a pure DHA effect on that without EPA. Unfortunately, it's mixed right now. So when you have mixed EPA and DHA, you want to tease out what's the contributor. Now, you point to one study. Okay, that's interesting. That's something that you should consider. But is the mechanism there? That's why I mean the importance of mechanisms to understanding the presumption of what we should be testing for next. I think we need studies using solely DHA in a higher amount with no EPA to see if that's the cause. Because we have mechanistic data showing that it can do that.
And I have no issue with taking the position that, as it stands, we have some data showing EPA might contribute to this. There is some data showing a combination of EPA and DHA may contribute, but we don't know about DHA specifically. Now, there are some mechanisms that we could further investigate and maybe conduct outcome trials because, there's reason to speculate that there might be an effect. But I'm going to stand back, not going to make any strong claims about it right now. The fact of the matter is, in your interview with PBN, you said very strongly that DHA causes this outcome. Very strongly. You also said that it causes heart attack, stroke, diabetes, etc. That is where I take an issue because the data doesn't show that. There isn't data to support that. It's just mechanisms. And again, we can point towards mechanisms for anything. We don't even have to point towards mechanisms for EPA because we have outcome data now in the form of a very large double-blind randomized controlled trial. Again, I think the total cardiovascular event data is questionable because of the comparator, but I don't see, as far as I know, again, maybe there's something out there I don't know about, but as far as I know, there isn't reason to believe that comparator would affect AFib risk. and thus the AFib result, as much as it's an exploratory analysis, and I'd probably want to further investigate that a bit. It is more compelling than anything we have for DHA at this point, for AFib specifically.
It's not just more compelling, it's the only one we have.
Yeah.
We don't have a DHA for comparison.
Right. But then why do you
take the assumption that it's the EPA is just as faulty.
No, it's not.
When there is no available DHA data.
So
come on, man, you can't say it doesn't.
I never once said DHA doesn't contribute. Never once in this whole conversation or in our email exchanges did I say DHA does not contribute. Will you acknowledge that? I said EPA.
I was pointing to the mechanisms of action to see how possibly could AFib be affected by omega-3s.
Right.
And DHA has a very specific mechanism that we know does happen. It does cause membrane fluidity.
That may or may not contribute downstream into AFib. We don't know because that hasn't been tested. That is my problem, is with asserting that risk is there. If you want to say,
when we show EPA and DHA data, unfortunately, it's all we have is the combined EPA and DHA because it's fish oil, right? That comes with both. We have evidence that it may be the DHA that is causing that. We have mechanisms that show it does do that.
But we have stronger evidence that EPA does this. We have stronger evidence that EPA does it. That's the problem.
That is one single study.
Okay, yes,
like you said, there could be other influencing factors for that.
Hold on. Saying it's the one single study, it is the largest, barring maybe one other. I'd have to double check, but it is likely the largest or second largest of all the available studies. It was double blinded. It ran for a sufficient amount of time, 4 years, 5, or whatever it was, to assess these outcomes. It was statistically significant by a mile. And so with all of that, we have a bunch of mixed studies, and we have 0 for DHA. Based on the science is all about probabilities. The probability is siding with EPA as a contributor. You would say that given that there's no shot that EPA is contributing.
You're talking like a statistician. Like if a bunch of things happen, that must be right.
No. That's absolutely not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we have data supporting that this occurs. Therefore, it is more reasonable to take the position that probably occurs. Yet we don't have data that this other thing occurs, but you're assuming it does because some mechanisms exist, even though most mechanisms don't pan out anyway. Most of them fail. That's where we're at. And so you're siding with the one that we don't have outcome data for. And like that just seems very biased of a take. Why not take the position that, hey, DHA might contribute. We need to further investigate this. We'll see hopefully one day. But we currently have data suggesting that high doses of EPA likely contribute. And then just call it a day. Like, I don't understand why there's the need to downplay any significance of EPA and then upplay significance of DHA based on mechanism. That's where I see a problem.
I get it. I'm crystal clear where your brain and your mindset is at. It's not mine. I do not share that mindset. I see you looking at it has to be in the data, even when we don't have data. That's like saying, oh, because we have data that men wear blue jeans and men with blue jeans have erectile dysfunction, then it's the blue jeans that are causing.
Absolutely not.
Lots of studies
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, that's a mischaracterization, an absolute mischaracterization of where I'm coming from. When we have,
it's not just about statistics. We got to look at what's going on inside the body. How these nutrients actually affect the body. We have some
most of the time that doesn't pan out. Most of the time it doesn't.
I don't know where you're getting that information.
Okay, I will share. Do you want me to share?
Most of the time it doesn't pan out that it has the mechanisms of action that it does. Are you
Wait, for which outcome? What are you talking about? So for which outcome? Which outcome do you want to talk about for vitamin C? Like
you're using drug references to talk about nutritionals, and that's not the case.
Because they target specific mechanisms. You are citing specific mechanisms pertaining to whatever outcome. So the point is that those mechanisms rarely translate to outcomes, and we have to test whether they do end up translating to those outcomes. Simple as
100%
that.
we have to test
Yeah.
for that.
So, but you're taking the position that that already is the case based on these mechanisms around DHA and AFib without the outcome data. All you have is mixed outcome data, and then we have some EPA only data suggesting harm. And then even then, you're trying to downplay the relative risk of from the reduce it and inflate the relative risk of these other studies, even though the reduce it one's larger. Like that all just screams biases, and I don't understand why we can't set that aside and just take a measured position of we need some more research on DHA and AFib. We currently have some research pointing towards EPA causing AFib, and this is an area for further investigation. Simple. I don't see that as being a very dogmatic or crazy position to take. I think it's a super measured, fair position to take. But I mean, and others may disagree, but I just don't see how siding with DHA is the cause is somehow more reasonable.
No, if you want to be reasonable, people should definitely take a look at what you're saying and listen to you and agree with you 100%. If you want to be reasonable, rational, if you want to look at the data and try to make up your own critical thinking processes of what may be potentially dangerous from you and avoid decisions that might lead you. AFib is serious business. We're talking about a 63% increase risk
so was
of
that
having
absolute
a
or
heart
relative?
attack.
Was that absolute or relative? Just for clarity. Right. So, no, but see, I just want to point out why it's misleading to be like, oh, only a 1% absolute. Oh, it's a large relative risk here, right? We have to be consistent with these, and so it's either one or the other. And at the same time, we can look at, yes, AFib does increase risk, actually more so of stroke than heart attack. That's where it's more strongly linked. So it is associated with that because clots can form because of the arrhythmias and then the way the blood pools in the heart. But we also have heart attack data with omega-3 supplementation showing either no effect or beneficial effects depending on the subgroup of the population. So we all, again, that's a speculation that because AFib is linked to this and because this might be linked to AFib, therefore this causes that. When in reality, we already have studies looking at this and both heart attacks and AFib. And so it's again extrapolating off of results that or extrapolating off of these pathways that we don't necessarily need to because we already have the hard outcome data.
Got it.
Okay, well, anything else to add before, because it has been way too long. It's been like 4.5 hours. And
yeah. Did you want to touch on the B12? Because I think you misinterpreted.
Oh yeah. Let's talk about that real quick. I think that was probably one of the more concerning comments. Yeah, right at the end, right? At the end, basically, you're suggesting that we could get enough B12 from soil, and you cited that lettuce study in particular.
No, not suggesting that.
Okay, so we can play the clip, but do you want to just reiterate what you were trying to say, just to make sure that it's not being misrepresented?
Yeah. So yes. So number one, I would never, ever, ever suggest that anyone, especially vegans, not supplement with B12. I take a supplement, B12 supplement. I think everyone should, regardless of diet. So supplementation is a must, I think, for everyone who's concerned about their health, even brain health. We know that vegans can have lower B12 intake if they're not smart about it. And that this can result in higher homocysteine levels. And that these higher homocysteine levels can further deplete B12 as we need B12 to detoxify them. B12 is also necessary in methylation of DHA so that it can be attached in the brain. We found that when we gave people B12, DHA became statistically significant at improving brain DHA uptake, great matter, brain volume, really cool study on homocysteine and DHA uptake. That's one of the confounders that I see in this study. Why we can see null effects for DHA, we need to look at their B12 status. We're these healthy individuals. We're the elderly individuals that have poor B12 considerations. giving them extra DHA, if it's not being methylated and attached to the brain, could result in negative effects. All right, so back to the B12. Why do you think it's dangerous for people to get B12 from whole plant foods instead of lab-grown B12 supplements? You said in your comment, this has never been replicated in the field, and it could be dangerous if people start foregoing supplements for fortified foods. One, the food is not fortified. We're actually just allowing the plant to absorb and utilize the B12 in the lettuce study. Now, in the lettuce study, you're right, they inoculated them. But in the FFPM studies, they observed this in nature. So there's these certain types of B12. There's a whole class of B12 producing microbes, bacteria. So let me share my screen again. I can go over these studies real quick. Okay. Okay. So I'll just read this real quick. I present this study and all of the research below to counter the argument that all plants do not and cannot provide B12. This is false. As I stated in the video, many wild and cultivated species of plants contain B12, either through symbiotic relationships with the B12 producing bacteria in planta, that means inside the plant, as endophytic B12 producing bacteria, or absorption of B12 in the soil produced by these bacteria in a symbiotic exchange. The plant sends carbohydrates, sugars, and amino acids into the soil to feed the bacteria. In turn, the bacteria can make some of the minerals easily metabolized and provide B12 for the plant. Okay. This is also seen in duckweed, in water. So it's not just soil, but also in water. The lettuce studies show that a symbiotic relationship can produce B12 inside the plant, and that the Wolffia, which is duckweed, the genus species for duckweed, and other studies show it does happen in the wild. The research shows this transaction is dependent on the soil quality. Are the B12 bacteria present there? Is there sufficient amount of cobalt, which is the cobalamin formation required by the B12 producing bacteria to produce B12, and in the soil or water as determining factors that the plant itself can greatly benefit from by restoring these microbes in farm soil. So my proposition was, what if we actually grew our plant foods in soil rich with these microbes by simply creating a soup, fermenting them, and giving it as a fertilizer treatment to farmers, replenish the soil as it is in nature, because we see this in wild plants absorbing these symbiotic relationship bacteria, both endophytic and in the soil. And here is the different studies. So the first one is the lettuce study, and it showed B12 in planta. That means the B12 was inside the plant. And the amount of the B12 that it absorbed was significant. The requirement for the day is 2.4 micrograms per day of B12, and it was producing or yielding 6.6 to 10 milligrams. So sufficient enough to supply the RDA plus multiple times the RDA. Now, is this beneficial to the plant, or are we just forcing B12 into a plant that doesn't really need it? When they measured this particular bacteria, Methylobacterium, caused fresh weight gain of the plant by almost 50%. So it's actually improving the plant's ability to grow and heal and repair itself. That's amazing. I can then take away, oh my gosh, we just got to put these back in the soil where they belong, because clearly these plants benefit from that when they're in the wild and have these soil bacteria growing naturally. So other studies, this is a 1992 study, found that, okay, so what if we put these in a basic farm crop, soybeans? And they looked at that. Depending on the vitamin concentration that they put in the soil, 12 to 34% of the total absorbed vitamin was transported to the plant shoots, and proportionally more vitamin B12 transported higher and higher concentrations. So the more B12 being produced in the soil by the microbes could yield higher results of B12 in the plant. Now, I'm presenting this on this because it's one of the foundational arguments of why not to be vegan. Because plants is not a natural diet, because plants cannot provide B12. Well, this is false looking at this research. All right, here's Wolffia, which is duckweed, water lentils, it's got a bunch of different names. Wolffia was grown. I was actually the first to bring Wolffia as a protein powder to market and won the Nexi Award at the Top Show and everything like that. But I'm looking for ways to try to bring these nutrients to market for vegans so that we have an argument against anti-vegans that B12 is not present in our supply and therefore a vegan diet is not appropriate. Not to say we shouldn't be taking B12. We should, until we can get the general population, which is going to probably decades from now, but I hope sooner, that we get people, farmers, realizing they can get higher crop yields, better survival of the plants, and better nutrition, a value add statement to market to the consumers to get more people buying this. And then as that catches on, farmers will be status quo doing this all the time. And we could potentially get our B12 simply by eating whole plant foods and not have to supplement ever again. I look forward to that day. We are probably a decade or more away from that happening, but this research is showing us that it can happen. It does happen in the wild. And if we return our food grown back to its regular states, we can see that we can give people the B12 that we want. This is from the snapshot from the B12 study for mankind. The source of cobalamin seems to be bacteria, endophytic bacteria inside the plant, indicating an important and unsuspected symbiosis. The B12 in mangai is not bacterial contaminant. It's not on the surface, and it does not wash off when you wash it. So it is actually inside of the plant. We now know that there are plants that pull up and create nodules, kind of like condominiums for these B12 bacteria in their root systems. They're called root nodules. They pull these bacteria in there, then they feed them glucose and amino acids, what the bacteria need to survive, to produce B12 to benefit the plant. So we see an incorporation of them bringing these endophytic bacteria in, even housing them, feeding them, supporting them to create this symbiotic relationship with the plants. They even see this in wild plants. Sea buckthorn, they measured 37 micrograms per 100 grams. Now, with 2.4 micrograms being the RDA requirement per day, 37 micrograms is way above that. We see in wild rye, Canadian wild rye, we see 26 micrograms. In elecampane, a popular herbal supplement taken by many people, 11 micrograms, which is, again, multiple times more. These are wild plants. These are not inoculated. These are not treated with fertilizer. These are not forced to absorb a synthetic vitamin B12 placed in the soil by humans. This is in nature, in water, in soil, in nature. And then finally, these last two studies are these specific, called PPFMs, a specific type of pink microbacteria that produce B12 that produce B12 in plant environments. So we see multiple strains of these B12 producing bacteria, multiple examples, multiple species, wild and cultivated, lettuce and soybeans and wild plants, all having significant amounts of vitamin B12 in it. To me, that's exciting news. It's news I want to share with people to give them hope. One, that we could live in a day sometime in the future where we don't need to supplement B12. But two, and more importantly, to debunk this idea that plants are deficient. It is my belief, not backed by any research other than what you see here, it is my belief that the majority of plants that were consumed by humans in the wild in our early ancestry had significantly more B12 in them, and that they did not require animal sources for their B12. That's my theory. It's totally just a theory. It's not backed by any solid, peer-reviewed, substantiated evidence. But this is enough for me to go on to say, wait a minute, the major argument against a plant pure diet, a vegan diet, is the B12 argument. And that's why I presented it here. Not to say people can stop taking B12 today. I would never, ever say that. That would be reckless. It would be dangerous. And it would be an awful thing to do to people. And for God's sake, please don't listen to any influencer, me or anybody else, that says that you don't need to take B12. It's just not true. So I think you misunderstood my comments there. That's my true take on it. That's the research that I'm talking about. I know I've been rambling, so my apologies.
Okay. Yeah, so
about this.
yeah, no, I'm glad you clarified that, because yeah, that is how I took it, because it was something like, why do we copy animals? You mentioned heme iron, you mentioned DHA, and then they asked about B12, and you're like, even that we can get from plants, and that's just how I took it, as like, not needing supplements. So good to clarify. Now, on this note, as far as never been replicated in the field, my claim wasn't that there is zero of any B12. I think there are some plants that might have trace amounts, and we'll get to the ones that you cited with higher amounts in a second. But what we saw with like the lettuce study in particular, that was a very specific case of being grown in a specific medium, in sterile lab conditions, fed certain products. Like it's not exactly what you'd expect in nature. Mankay is also an interesting one, because that was selectively like cultivated clone, and it was also fed certain precursors. I can't remember exactly what it was given to produce a certain amount, but that is actually one where the bioavailability in humans has been tested, which is interesting. When it comes to a lot of the other ones here, you mentioned
methylmalonic acid testing, to be specific, which is one of the most foolproof ways of activity of B12 in the study. So that's pretty hands down saying, we're not only absorbing it, it's active and bioactive and being effective.
Yeah, but to be clear, it doesn't mean if someone goes and picks some duckweed, they're going to get the same effect necessarily.
No, it's all depending on the quality of the water that's in it.
And it was a specific case. But that aside, when it comes to things like sea buckthorn, etc., and you mentioned roots of soy, I believe, as well. For as far as I know, all of these other compounds, bioavailability or whether or not it's active B12 has never been tested. And so that's where I would be really cautious, because we know that pseudo B12 is a real problem in certain like plant or non-animal sources of quote B12. And so I wouldn't make strong claims around whether or not those actually are B12 containing at this point.
I believe in the study they actually measured the type of B12. There are three major types: methyl, adenosol, and oxo, other than cyanocobalamin.
For sea buckthorn, I don't think so. But anyways.
Okay. And I've read a lot of studies on B12 anyway, but regardless of the point. Yeah, I agree. Each one has to be tested. But we do have MMA testing, methylmalonic acid testing. For that particular one, and they used a form of bacteria, and it was methyl. methyl was a specific bacteria that produces predominantly methylcobalamin, although there was a little acetyl, I think, in there too as well.
But anyways,
So those
yeah,
are
like
bioavailable forms.
yeah, I think ultimately I just wanted to clarify that people should still supplement.
Oh,
That's my main
100%.
takeaway,
100%.
and that yeah, we don't have strong evidence for this. At least as of yet. Hopefully, hey, one day that'd be cool. I personally don't care at all whether people want to argue that plant-based diets are deficient because of B12, because my answer would be take like literally the cheapest supplement on earth in a B12 supplement and call it a day. So yeah, I don't put too much stock into that, nor do I think it's something we have to concern ourselves with. People will just come up with some other excuse anyway. But that said, yeah,
I've
it's
been vegan for
interesting.
41 years. I've heard
Yeah,
most of them.
yeah. So I mean, I think it's interesting. It's something that would be kind of cool to see moving forward if it becomes more of a thing that we can actually have access to. But anyways, I think we've gone on long enough. Oh, and my
Yeah.
your phone just gave me a note that the battery's about to die. So good timing. With that, I think
Well, thank you
we
for
can
your
wrap.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you for your time. It was great discussions. I think you made some very valid points. I understand your mindset and where you're at, very grounded in the research. Much more conservative than I am. I think those differences were very clear in our discussions. I look at more potential and looking forward, and I know you want data. The challenge for me is there just simply isn't the data available of what I'm trying to explain. So I have to use theoretical and mechanisms of actions because that's all I have available. I hope someday there will be, by me and other people, presenting statements that encourage scientists out there to say, is he right? And do the study. Because I can't pay for the studies. I applaud you for doing a study. That's amazing. I'd love to do one or participate in one. But it's a challenge when you don't have much data set to work with on your propositions because they're not looking for it. They're not asking those questions. They're not interested in asking those questions because some of what I'm talking about is negative outcome data, and they don't want to see that. That's most people aren't paying to have something have a null effect or a negative outcome. That usually gets discarded. That gets dismissed. Nobody reads it. Nobody makes money on it. Nobody makes money on whatever it is they're trying to sell by proving that. So there's no financial motivation. There's no even intellectual motivation because they're not even asking, is ALA better than DHA? They're not. It's just not out there. So it's a challenging circumstance. So I'm doing the best I can to raise questions, not conclusions, questions. Yes, I state them often as conclusions because I've read so much data. That's the conclusion that I come to based on the full body of evidence. This may, this may, this may, this may, this may. After all of that, I think, okay, I'm pretty confident that this is this. That is not what you come to because you want that literally written in the data. I don't have that data. That data doesn't exist. So I have to take these pieces of puzzle and try to put them together in a way that makes sense. And to me, this makes sense both physiologically and mechanistically. When we look at humans, I believe humans are herbivores. You may disagree with me, but I believe we're physiological herbivores. And that when we put these preformed nutrients like heme iron, vitamin A, and DHA, they have potential negative effects. That to me is an indicator that we are not designed to properly function that way. That's what my whole take is on it. That's why I come to the conclusions that I do, based on the totality of decades worth of looking at this data, not because of one single data or outcome or measurable data, just because it doesn't exist. And I'm bummed that it doesn't, and I'm hoping me presenting this roundabout information gives enough to get people, researchers, scientists, people like yourself, to ask, what if that is true? Let's go test it. I want that to happen. Please make that happen so we can get to some real things that we haven't even been looking for. The assumptions dominate. EPA and DHA are helpful. That's what they must be. Take fish oil. I don't believe that assumption is right, but that's what almost all of the research is based on. That's unfortunate because I think we're missing out on some questions that some of these other studies bring up and are never being taken further than little old Geoff without a degree on YouTube interviewed by Plant-Based News. So that's my
Well,
closing statement.
yeah, I mean, I think it is important to ask questions, and that's certainly what I do often. But when the questions don't have clear answers, I would be much more cautious with the statements that I'm going to make. I like to know something before I claim that it is indeed the case. And whether that's a slip up or I mean, hey, I slip up once in a while too. It happens, but like you know, trying to be cautious with language, I think, is really important for any sort of science communicator. Um, and I've just seen far too much data showing how poor the translation from mechanisms to outcomes is across various models um, to strongly make a claim based on mechanisms. Because at the end of the day, if that were strong enough data, well, we can make claims about harms of exercise, benefits of smoking, and so on and so forth all day long. And so um, once if there is outcome data on like DHA alone and AFib or any of these other outcomes that we talked about one day, and in fact, I'd love to see some studies, and this is one that I have pitched for vegans with and without supplementation in various outcomes. I would love that, and that would be something that could swing me more firmly into one position or the other. And so, yeah, there's still some unanswered questions. So I try to base my position on what is known and be cautious with what isn't yet known. And with that, I think I will thank you for joining. I will thank all the people that tuned in while it was going as well, because especially people who have stuck through all of it, because you all are something else if you have. But anyways, good chatting, and it'll be up on the YouTube. If there's any sources you want to send or anything, feel free, and I can either put them in the description or you can leave a comment and I'll pin it. Whatever, either way works. And for everybody else, yeah, go like, share, subscribe, comment, all that good stuff, and we'll talk again soon. See you
Thank
later.
you. Ciao.